if I don't have you. Feel nothing but emptiness when I'm there without you. When I'm there without you. I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my day. Woman, me never gonna leave your side. That will be the day the ocean water run dry. Trust that me hands are to dry your eyes from your crying, from your crying, from your crying.
Checkmate, you're supposed to protect the king, but not I. I'ma never reach the queen and she's mine. I don't wanna question fate, I'll jump on the landmine just to keep you safe. If you leave, I don't think I'll beat this game and no sunshine. It don't ever rain in my heart. It will never be contained in my soul. It will never be unchanged.
Traveling in a plane, paddling in a boat. If you know what I know, then you will never go floating. My destination always ends with you. Traveling in a plane, paddling in a boat. If you know what I know, then you will never go floating. My destination always ends with you. I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. I'm always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now. Always down for my hey now, just for you my hey now. Tell them royalty to place a crown on my hey now.
The link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I would give it to you. Yes, my heart will always stay true. Anything you want, girl, I will surely give it to you. Anything you need, girl. Yes, my heart will always stay true to you. La 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 la. La 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 la. Watch out, you're mine. Yeah. Yes, we belong together. Yes, we belong together for eternity. Yeah. But la 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 la. One time, you're mine. Yes, we belong together. Yes, we belong together for eternity. But la 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 la. Rhythm, you're mine. Your lips belong to me. Yeah. Your lips belong to only Andy, yeah. For return, not a T, yes, right. Watch out, is anything you want, girl? Is anything you want, girl? Is anything you want, girl?
Rosinha uli di sombranza temak e zuita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes frezas durante todo e memu a nogi distancia como gupu gipalu zaniman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fani bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentami ti man ko badi
nafas ofuam zus brutalis lan can't count the times I almost said what's on my mind, but I didn't. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I'd say, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Maybe I know that you've been wondering, oh yeah, whoa, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, yeah. The way you look tonight, the second glass of wine, that did it. There was something about your kiss, and girl, it did me in. You got me thinking, well, I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling, oh yeah, it's time you hear me. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I won't be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause even though, I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, so baby, I'm crazy about you. And I won't be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. You said you had my heart a long, long time ago. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know.
Friday, whoa! Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. I don't know if you guys are seeing this.
Oh.
Well, specifically Chris and Bree. Good morning, Link Fam. There's a fascinating conversation going on in the comments right now between several members of the Link Fam.
Yes.
Saying something about coconut leaf blowers.
I saw that. Elizabeth Aggie. Good morning, guys. It's Friday, January 28th, the year of
I'm riveted to that. I was like, oh, I want to know about coconut leaf blowers.
the year of the Omicron 2022. This is the Link. Good morning. On the breeze, we're at KUAM FM. I got you, Guam. Facebook Live. Good morning. And we're going on KUAM TV this morning at 8 o'clock. Shinarp. Okay.
Shinarp.
It's another. It's the new normal, I guess.
Has anyone ever described you as that?
Shinarp?
Since 1989? Shinarp?
Synexy and Shinarp.
Synexy. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was it? 743 last night.
743 cases out of 2,827 tests. That's a test positivity rate of 26%.
Wow.
So the test positivity rate just for that day, I mean, it has kind of like vacillated over the last couple of weeks.
Ooh,
That's a little bit
vacillated.
down.
That's a $5 word, Jay.
Yeah, that's a little bit down from
Vacillated is good when you have causes on your feet. You just put a little bit of that on there.
So
And
that's a
there
little
was
bit down.
also 2 COVID-related fatalities.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then there were
yeah.
2 people that passed away. We're going to talk about that.
And
Man,
one of
there's
them
so
was
much-
one of them was tested positive on January 5th. So there are a few fatalities in this so-called mild surge that the governor of public health said is mild. But there have been people who have died during this surge who have tested positive during the surge and then later died due to COVID-19 complications. So people are dying from COVID in this surge.
Did you see that, though? The 283rd COVID-19 related fatality?
53-year-old.
from November.
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
November 1st
November.
of 2021.
Right, yeah. What was the other numbers on that?
The other
Okay,
numbers?
so I got that one right here. If you don't.
Because I know there was a 53-year-old unvaccinated
Yeah,
female.
53 yeah, unvaccinated woman.
Okay, so I mean, we'll just get right in. So the 283rd COVID-related death, according to Isaiah Uggan, he reported this last night. Isaiah, right? He wrote this up, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Lacey, one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Lacey Martinez. Yeah, she wrote this up. The 283rd COVID-related death was on November 3rd. That was a 63-year-old unvaccinated man who was found dead at home.
Yeah.
The 284th, remember Bree was just saying there were 2 people that are no longer with us, and our prayers, of course, go out today and their families. It was a 53-year-old unvaccinated woman who passed away on the 26th, so just this past Wednesday. In both cases, the people had underlying health conditions.
Right.
And there was more results of genome sequencing testing from the CDC. These were from samples between November 2nd of last year to December 3rd. And all 42 were identified as
Delta.
Right, Delta.
Now that's weird how they would actually go
But that's
back.
November to
Yeah,
December.
so the last set of results, Jay,
Was
we
December
received-
16th through
Yeah.
through the 27th, so right through Christmas.
Yeah. So I don't know.
that is weird, kind of weird.
Well, it would be nice if they could explain it, but they don't. So.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said these were sent to the CDC, or
Yes.
Hawaii.
okay, that's why, because the 16th through the 27th were the Hawaii lab.
They got a Hawaii.
Yeah.
Right. So they sent those samples to Hawaii, got them back quicker than the ones we sent to the CDC, obviously.
It's an 8-hour flight, I guess. So.
Right. So those are the kind of the numbers. We did get Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio yesterday, and we'll play that coming up. He did have some, we asked him about this surge and a message to parents of public school students. And we'll play the clip. But basically, he said that GDOE and Superintendent John Fernandez have the authority to do whatever they want to do with the schools. So kind of like pass the buck down to John Fernandez. It's funny because when we talk to John Fernandez, he's looking over at the administration and public health saying, hey, tell me when it's, when you guys think this is too crazy to be out here. But the administration and public health saying, oh, no, you can decide on your own. So it's right.
Well, it's kind of like also the new memo from the Department of Administration that went out earlier this week regarding medical requests for medical exemptions and religious exemptions. And previously that was up to the Department of Public Health and Social Services. But according to that circular, the new one, the revised one, it gives that authority to department heads.
Right. And
we were kind of trying to get an explanation, kind of behind the reasoning from Mr. Byrne, because it comes from DOA. But Daniel wasn't able to get an interview with him. Apparently, he might be going off island.
With the governor?
Well, he said something about going to Washington. That's what he told Daniel.
Right.
So I'm not sure who else is
That sounds like
going.
a movie. Mr. Byrne goes to Washington.
Yeah, but I don't know if I ever heard of public health granting a religious exemption. Because remember, we would try and follow up on it, and they would say, oh, it was under review at the AG's office. So maybe that was part of it, was that they just did. I mean, it's almost in a way humorous with you look at these things that public health is not doing anymore. Like they're telling you don't have to test on the 5th day. They're saying you don't need an isolation or clearance a letter because they were so backed up on those clearance letters. I mean, they were backed up like hundreds of letters, and it's almost like they said, okay, we can't do this anymore.
And remember last
So
year
what
too, when
happens
public
though
health
to all those people that have been waiting, right, with public health submitting their application, and maybe they had to take leave, personal leave, or whatever, and they're still waiting.
Remember last year
So
too, when
what
public health
happens to them?
Public health had those 2 forms if you wanted to apply for an exemption on the basis of a health condition or religion. Janella came on and she said, we really haven't received that many. In the beginning, I mean, they were really trickling in.
Right.
So whose responsibility then is it also for like students who want to play sports, right? So is it up to public health, or is it up to GDOE?
Yeah.
If they want an exemption, right?
Yeah, these are questions that we're trying to get answered with public health. And hopefully we will get those answers. It's Friday, guys.
That's a very, very good question. I mean, I'm a big sports nut. So yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say if the league say you have to be vaccinated, but if you say okay, under normal circumstances I would be able to get vaccinated, but my religious beliefs kind of preclude me from that. But I still want to compete. I still want to play. But it's oh gosh, that's a tough one right there.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Daniel did also reach out to public health yesterday, but it didn't get a.
I think they're
a response
revising
from
their guidance, is what we had heard. Guys, so Friday, again, a big, huge show as always. We got Mary Roads. There's a lot of businesses, restaurants that are having to close up because of, it's either because of COVID positives or close contacts. Very confusing, the actual protocol. Well, if you don't know, it could be really confusing. And it's kind of like if you're vaccinated, it's one way. If you're vaccinated and boosted, then it's another way. And so I know a lot of people who are confused about when they are allowed to go to work if they're a close contact. Yeah.
Didn't you guys say yesterday if you're boosted, then hey, no problem.
I think if you're boosted and you're positive, though,
symptoms,
you have to stay and isolate. But if you're vaccinated, boosted, and a close contact, and you don't have symptoms, then you're allowed to go about your day, as long as you wear the mask. Yeah. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff changing, and I and you see in the comments lately with the stories we've been posting about these changes, people are basically giving public health the CDC treatment, where they're saying like, oh God, they don't know what they're doing anymore. They keep changing their mind. It's so confusing, coming out with all these different guidances every day. And I'm not a spokesperson of public health. It's not my job to defend them, but I feel like they're just struggling with this crazy. It's craziness right now. It's just total, absolute insanity, where we're just seeing this super high number of cases, pretty much little to zero reaction from the administration on this issue. People are dying. Hospitalizations. How are hospitalizations?
34.
So they're kind of, I guess, holding steady between 34 and what, 38?
Yeah, well,
36?
right now they're like in the low and mid like 30s. But
Yeah.
I mean that still is an increase from last week when
Yeah.
it was around like the low 20s.
Right. Also, GDOE reported 20 student cases. So, yeah, I mean, the students continue to pop positive, public school students. Remember, Superintendent John Fernandez said that he doesn't foresee like a district-wide closure, but possibly school-based closures, where if like, oh, this school has too many people out, because they're really struggling trying to fill in for all the people who are either out because they're positive or out because they're close contacts. Remember, we interviewed him this week, Bree, and he said that I believe on Tuesday of this week there were 42 people from Central detailed to the schools, and on the worst day the week before it was like 82 or 85 or something. So I mean, as you can imagine, all those people in Central, they got a job to do. It's like John was saying, it's like they're moving payroll people.
Well, and now that
That's part of Operation Guardian.
I was just about to say that
which
that
Isaiah did a story.
that
on
whole
last night.
effort actually now has a name and now
Oh,
has
wow.
like a mission. They've actually codified it into Operation
What is it?
Guardian.
Operation Guardian.
Yeah,
We got that in the news coming up.
yeah. Also, we just want to tell people.
How do you say it, Bree?
Operation Guardian.
No, you don't say it, Operation. You say Operation Guardian.
Even though the sun has not come up
I'll
here
let you
yet,
bring the drama.
Thank you.
6:35 in the morning. Even though the sun is not up here on Harmon Loop Road, according to Bree when she came in, the line has already started evidently for over at the Guam Football Association field, right, Bree, for the
Right,
food
yeah.
commodities, because there are 1,000 such packages. If you are a resident of Dedido and Dedido only, please, if you and your family are in need. Drive-through distribution begins at 8:30, but you said people were already lining up as early as 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are in need.
So the sun's not up, but you're probably going to see, like, if you're driving on Harmon Loop Road, there's a lot of people probably with their lights on right now, like, just lining up to get food.
Yeah. Jay, what's the situation with the testing availability and all that today?
Today.
Because I'm already getting messages from people who are trying to go get tested.
Okay, well, today and Saturday, as far as the Teads site, on the Eventbrite system, fully booked. They haven't opened up Monday's testing yet. I'm going to stay on top of that for you guys. But if you do need to be tested, of course, you can call the Northern or Southern Regional Health Clinics. I'm going to put those numbers in comments for you, and Joseph is going to pop it up. So if you are in Dedido, you do need to exhibit symptoms, and you do need to make an appointment. So if you are feeling like a little under the weather, please call the Dedido Northern Health Clinic. Their number, of course, is always 671-635-7525 or 671-635-7526 for the Dedido Northern Clinic to make an appointment for you to be tested. Down in Alahan for our brothers and sisters in the South, the number is 671-828-7604 or 7605 if you do need to be tested again. Only for individuals with COVID-like symptoms. And, this always comes up, Chris, but, we can never say it enough. What are the general symptoms about for people? Like, people always ask, like, in the comments, and they're like, if I have COVID-like symptoms. So that can be anything like runny nose, somewhat of a sore throat. Even if you have a low-grade fever, that is still considered.
Yeah. So here it is, Jay, the official list
There you go.
of symptoms. Guys, it's a fever or chills, cough, a shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, diarrhea. Look for emergency warning signs for COVID-19. If someone is showing any of these signs, seek emergency medical care immediately. Trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion, oh God, inability to wake or stay awake, pale gray or blue colored skin, lips or nail beds. Boy, that's me every morning, new confusion. At 6:38, we're brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Yeah, Mary Rhodes is coming on GHRA. Dr. Peter Lombard. We've been hanging with him this entire pandemic, and I really like his the way he presents the data. What he does is he takes like national, international, and then public health, local data, and kind of does a cool little presentation on it when he comes on. He's coming on at 7:30. Then we're getting the Minority Report with Senator Chris Duenas at 8:30. And I believe we are getting the governor this morning, guys.
Of the CNMI.
The governor of the CNMI, okay? We can get the Admiral of Joint Region Marianas. We can get the governor of the CNMI. But somehow, some way, we can't get our governor and our lieutenant governor. on this show. But it is what it is, guys. I think we're doing pretty good. Thank you for your support. Good morning, Facebook Live, where all of our usual Link family suspects are out. We got F. Glenn Lujan, Rosemary Laguatnia, Viva Gulto joining us this morning. Good morning, team. James Wolford. Good morning, James. Omar Fuentes. Good morning from Hogad.
Hey, Omar.
Who else we got here? Yeah, we got all the usuals. They're out this morning. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis. We've got Amy Rose, Agagi Edmondson. Good morning. Connie Rivera.
Somebody was saying in the comments earlier, and they were saying to Debbie, and they were saying, "I hope you're feeling better." So Debbie, we hope you're all right.
Yeah, she had COVID. She tested positive for COVID, and I think there was a few other
her family members.
Right. Yeah. Connie Rivera. Good morning, KUAM staff. Good morning on you. Marcy Flores. Comments. What's up with the changes about vaccinated not requiring quarantine if exposed? It's the vaccinated and the boosted. If they're a close contact of a known positive and they don't have symptoms, then they're allowed to go to wherever. They wear their mask. Yeah, I don't know.
Did you guys hear anything?
Actually, no, guys, I know somebody who was fully vaccinated and boosted, and they got COVID and they got pretty sick. I mean, they didn't go in the hospital, but it was like bad. So
I know a couple of people like that.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, they're saying this thing is mild. But obviously, I mean, I'm not telling you go put the blanket over your head and lock yourself in the closet. I mean, if that's what you're into, go for it. But obviously, there are people who are dying in this surge. So, I mean, even though it's kind of like a hands-off approach from Governor Lou and Acting Governor Josh, I think that we know from the Delta surge when they hung us out to dry that we got to do what we got to do to kind of get through this thing. Jay, and that includes, according to the Public Health Authority, getting the vax and getting the boosts, which they're doing one for children with disabilities this weekend.
Yeah, that's correct. So tomorrow, on the January the 29th, at the Dededo Mayor's Office, speaking of things going on in Dededo, again, we want to repeat that food commodities distribution begins today at 8:30 up the road from us at the Guam Football Association Field, the big soccer complex from 8:30 to 11:30. But tomorrow, COVID vaccination clinic. It's an opportunity for people with children with disabilities, and it says here February 9 to 3. There you go. So January 29th at the Dededo Mayor's Office. They've got several of these things. So tomorrow's going to be at the Dededo Mayor's Office. February the 5th. Next Saturday is going to be at the Agate Gym, and that's for the first dose if you need the Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Once again, kudos to our village mayors, always stepping up, making themselves available, making their facilities available. Hopefully, y'all are getting your COVID differential pay and everything else you guys deserve.
They are caught up on the.
They are?
Well, the last time I talked to them, they were caught up on the COVID differential pay. They haven't got the COVID differential pins, though.
One of the mayor's staffers actually, she messaged me.
I'll take the cash.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's one of the mayor's staffers actually messaged me, and they said, that thing that you guys said on the show, we want to make that into a T-shirt. It's like I don't need a pin, ... but I'll take a check. Adelu probably not so crazy about that.
Janice Shimazu comments in here. So if we're vaccinated and boosted, we're not at risk of spreading COVID if we're positive. I don't know. What are you asking?
Is 311 working?
I don't know. We can try and call you, but that's what they say.
We should just call 311.
That's the guidance. Okay. Rose Benevenzi, Buenos Day from UOG. Good morning.
Seriously, just call 311. That is still up, right? It's still working?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still up.
It's
still up.
Well, I hope it's still working. Aren't we paying people to be there?
You want me to try calling?
And stuff?
Oh, here we go.
I don't know if it's 24 hours, though.
Remember before, I think it was...
COVID don't sleep.
Yeah, COVID ain't sleeping. Good morning, by the way. We got Phoebe Friday, Sports Link, One Micronesia podcast, and then we've got Isaiah Uggan interviewing acting Governor Josh Tenorio on the way.
Yeah, I know that voice.
Yeah.
Wait, was that it?
No, I think it's just.
Oh. And now that
I
loops.
don't think it's on. So anyway, don't call 311.
Maybe at 9 or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah, it's like 8 or 9 or something. 6:45. Let's go ahead and get into the news.
Wait,
Oh.
are you going to say something about the isolation
Yeah.
facility?
There's
numbers?
a hotline, right?
Yeah, there is that too.
ISO hotline.
Should we
Where
try
is
calling?
that graphic.
Man, I ain't gonna try calling nowhere this morning. No one
Okay.
answers the phone anymore.
Okay, yeah. So thanks, Bree. There is a new isolation facility hotline. New phone numbers established for the GovGuam.
What are the hours?
The ISOFAC, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. These
Okay.
numbers, as you can see on your screen, 671-998-4527 or 671-998-4547. 4527 or 4527. Public Health will assist in determining whether you, if you do call this number, if you are eligible to be temporarily housed in the isolation and quarantine
Right. And there's-
facility. And this is at the Bayview Hotel on 2 months. So the Bayview kind of right next to Tagata theme park, right?
Yeah.
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 Like right on the hill. Okay, so those numbers again, because people were asking about that. So new numbers for the isolation facility hotline. Our friend BevTest Jay Salas was actually asking, okay, so how do I know if I qualify? And we've been talking about this. Of course, we're not doing the actual the assessment, but what we've heard is typically they'll say how many people cohabitate with you.
Right.
Do you have access to your own dedicated restroom? Like if you isolate in your own room, are there people with existing health conditions, what have you, and everything like that. So those are the numbers again. I'll throw those in comments, but 671-998-4527 or 671-998-4547. Those are the new numbers
Right.
just released last night for the isolation and facility.
Right, and then I know that we had
8 to 10.
we had checked in last week on the census over at the isolation facility, and it was 29 people. But this was last week, so I just put out the ask to Civil Defense and Homeland Security to find out what the census is now. But obviously, with this many positives, there have got to be a lot of people who are qualified for the isolation facility, right? 647. Was there a release? Oh, there was. There was a release from the Republican Party of Guam. That you want to talk about this now or later?
It don't matter to me.
Okay, so can I just put this picture in the chat here, guys? There was a Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes sighting.
She was in the live stream yesterday with Congressman Michael St. Nicholas. Yeah.
That's
As were many of the senators. Yesterday's live stream was kind of like odd because the congressman, of course, said, we're going to have this whole, like Q&A and everything talking about, among other things, and we've got this in news as well, as whether a constitution would be advantageous. Is it even possible for Guam? And then
That was kind of like out of the blue, right?
Which this?
I mean, like we've talked about the
Constitution.
Constitution thing, but
and then he goes, we're going to have Q&A with the senators first, and then we're going to do Q&A with the media. So I was like sitting back there. I was like, wow, this is going to be a long one. I don't know if all 15 were in there, but there were quite a few of them. I know,
Right.
obviously, Vice Speaker Barnes, Senator Moylan was in there. Senator Shelton was in there as well, and several staffers as well.
So there was a statement that had come out from the Republican Party of Guam, and I just thought it was interesting because actually the Vice Speaker's Chief of Staff, Chirag Vajwani, sent me this picture of the Vice Speaker, Tina Munia Barnes, who, again, we did the story. She's been off island since July of last year. Yes, we're praying for the family, but people were asking, hey, what's the deal? We have a high-ranking senator who's been out for 25% of her term. We had Senator Joanne Brown yesterday who said the noble thing to do would be to step down and resign and take care of the familial obligations. Totally would understand that. But there was a release out of the Republican Party of Guam here. Republican Party of Guam extends prayers and well wishes to the Vice Speaker. The Republican Party of Guam extends our prayers and wishes for a speedy recovery to Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munia Barnes and the family members she accompanied off island for medical treatment. As a culturally close-knit community during such dire times, politics must be put aside and replaced with collegiality, humility, and humanity. We are an island community deeply rooted in respect and concern for each other. The issues which the Vice Speaker and her family face today mirror the realities of what so many of our families endure almost daily. Our people must continue to press for an improvement in our healthcare system, inclusive of striving for more support for our veterans. There's a time and a place for healthy debate on issues. policies and politics, but that time should never collide with the timeline when one is facing a medical emergency recovery. End of statement. So there you go. The Republicans going to bat for the vice speaker. Well, differing a little bit from what Senator Joanne Brown said, but there's like 4 different Republican parties on Guam. There really are. And the vice speaker has been really close with Republican Senator Jim Moylan. They're buddies. They do a lot of stuff together. So I don't know if it was like the Moylan side of the Democratic Party that put out this release, because it definitely wasn't the Senator Joanne Brown side.
I think Senator Joanne Brown, though, does agree that, in the sense that,
Yeah.
we're all hoping that everything is
Of
going to be
course,
okay.
yeah. I mean, but obviously
But
it's okay.
at some point, you got to make a decision. right?
That's what I'm saying, and that's we could do
That's it.
both. We could talk about both things
No.
at the same time. But I just thought it was interesting that a couple days after we come out with this story, the vice speaker's on a live stream. So that's good. That's great. 6:51. You want to do the news now?
Sure.
Jason Solis with the news here this morning.
See duck face?
See duck face in effect. Whack, whack. You do that too well, bro.
Okay.
Right
We'll get right into news now. Of course, sponsored by our friends at Pacific Points, and that's what we say because, I got my mask. I got a whole pack of these at Pacific Points, at Shell Foodies. Go over there. They will absolutely take care of you. They came in, they're like, hey, so how you like a duck face, dude?
Yeah.
They're super cool. The staff over there, I mean, they're friends of ours. They always take care of us, and they're going to take care of you too. And they're taking care of us here on the link by providing you link headlines. So, shout out to all of our friends at Pacific Points where you
Thank
can do more.
Right on
get
at
more.
6:51. Again, this is our first look at news with Jason Solis from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning. And it bears repeating, and we will never stop sending our sympathies to all of the people affected by COVID-19. And that is the case certainly this morning as 2 more deaths have been linked to the coronavirus. The 283rd, as we've been telling you this morning, 283rd death was on November 3rd. That involved a 63-year-old unvaccinated man who was found dead at home. The 284th COVID-19 related death was a 53-year-old unvaccinated woman who died on Wednesday, January the 26th. In both cases, both the man and the woman had underlying health conditions. The positivity rate is around 26%, at least as of Wednesday now, as 743 more cases of COVID-19 were confirmed out of a test sample set of 2,827 analyzed on Wednesday. 106 of those cases came from the Department of Defense. 34 people were listed as admitted to the hospital, 21 of whom at GMH, 11 at Guam Regional Medical City, and 1 person at Naval Hospital in Leguana Heights. 1 person is in the ICU. There have now been 30,221 officially reported cases during the pandemic era on Guam. 6,653 of your fellow Guamanians are actively isolating this morning. As we told you earlier, JIC has released a new numbers, there are 2 of them, for the isolation facility at the Bayview Hotel in Tumon. Those who test positive for COVID-19 may call 671-998-4527 or 671-998-4547 daily. From 8 in the morning till 10 p.m., public health staffers will assist in determining whether you may be eligible for the facility. So we're going to keep popping up these numbers for the isolation facility as well as testing opportunities throughout the day here on the show. If you are driving or planning on making your way through Harmon Loop Road, as we've been saying when Bree came in, she noticed a pretty substantial line already for residents of Dededo lining up at the Guam Football Association field right up the street from our KUM studios here in Harmon. Food distribution will be done in a drive-through format that starts at 8:30 in the morning and lasts till 11:30. For Dededo constituents only, please, and while supplies last, there are 1,000 such food commodity packages that will be distributed for needy families today. The Dededo Mayor's Office can be reached for more information. Their number is 671-632-5203 or 671-5019. 20 more cases have been identified from the Guam Department of Education, and a pair of cases involve staffers of the largest agency in the government of Guam, so says the agency last night. Once again, 20 new cases and 2 cases from the workforce at GDOE. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at Operation Guardian in our news stories. That is the name that has been codified and encapsulated for what GDOE is doing to combat the surge in student and staff cases. Is over the last 3 weeks alone, nearly 500 students and employees have been infected with COVID-19, prompting Operation Guardian.
Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez admits Omicron is taking its toll.
We are doing our best right now to just withstand this latest surge in cases due to COVID-19.
According to GDOE, as of January 26, 394 students and 98 employees have contracted COVID since January 3rd.
But it is affecting us at the school level. So over the last week, actually a couple of weeks already, we've been deploying a lot of our central office staff out to schools on a daily basis, just based on need, based on the number of faculty and staff who might be, in isolation due to a positivity, or who are quarantining due to contact tracing and need to get tested. So we're doing, what we can to keep in operation, because we do want our kids to have opportunity to go to school.
Operation Guardian aims to be a short-term measure to assist schools in dealing with the surge. Every morning, schools are requested to submit information regarding the number of staff needed to assist on campus, and central office staff members are then deployed to those schools as requested. At least 14 schools have already requested assistance. If the situation worsens, the contingency plan would be able to shift 1 or 2 schools to remote learning and then move the staff from those schools to other schools in need of support. In this way, according to GDOE, they would have a targeted approach that would avoid disrupting any of the other schools that can remain in operation.
All right, thanks so much, Isaiah. Daniel Perez has our next story now, as pills to treat COVID-19 could be ready for administration in a matter of days. Daniel talked to the head of the Physicians Advisory Group, of course, Dr. Nathaniel Berg, for more on what could possibly be a landmark distribution of medicine.
Yeah, so test kits where
they're nearly completely done with developing a protocol for dispensing the oral medications. That an email will be going to all of the prescribing healthcare providers, detailing the current advisories from the FDA regarding the 2 different oral medications. We have,
according to PAG Chair Dr. Nathaniel Berg, the 2 antiviral pills, Paxlovid and Molnupiravir, to treat high-risk COVID patients could be available as early as Friday. The oral antiviral therapeutics have received EUA for the treatment of non-hospitalized symptomatic COVID-19 patients who do not require supplemental oxygen and who are at high risk for progression to severe COVID-19. Patients must start treatment within 5 days of system onset. Dr. Berg adds that although Paxlovid is effective against Omicron, there will be some residents that won't be able to take it.
with Paxlovid, if you have serious kidney problems, then you cannot take it, for example. If you have serious liver conditions, then you cannot take it. People on dialysis cannot take it. There are other things, like most medications, or I should say like many medications, there are interactions with other medications that have to be taken into consideration. There are, as you mentioned, comorbid conditions that need to be taken into consideration. In this case, one that you mentioned is significant renal impairment.
Children 12 years and older are eligible to take the Paxlovid pills. Dr. Berg further confirmed that the island currently has 1,200 Paxlovid pills that can be used to treat 80 patients. Each treatment is a total of 15 pills, 3 per day, for 5 days. As for the Molnupiravir, the island has enough to treat 232 patients. It is less effective than Paxlovid. However, for patients who are not candidates for Paxlovid, it is an alternative treatment consideration. Ultimately, according to Dr. Berg, it will be up to your primary physician to determine eligibility.
Law is still in effect that authorizes Guam to adopt its own constitution to replace the Organic Act. This, of course, that live stream that Guam's delegate to Congress, Michael San Nicolas, hosted yesterday, featuring members of the Guam legislature as well as Guam's media corps. That was the finding of the Congressional Research Service, announced yesterday by the congressman. Neshula Kanto was in that live stream and has this report.
It was more than 44 years ago that Guam held a constitutional convention which crafted a proposed constitution. And the law that enabled that in 1977 is still valid, says Congressman San Nicolas. He says he requested the report seeking clarity on a renewed effort to pass a constitution, even though he's not sure if the people of Guam have the appetite right now to replace the 1950 Organic Act.
I think it's a timely conversation. I think that there are people right now are also very concerned about their short-term challenges. But I believe that a bigger conversation about a constitution and a governing document and how it's going to make sure that we're not going to have these kind of challenging circumstances in the future, I think that that's definitely something that we can tie in together.
The document produced by the 1977 Constitutional Convention was ultimately rejected by Guam's voters, in large part because of concerns over mutual consent and self-determination. Those same concerns were raised again during the congressman's briefing, but he disagrees that the question over political self-determination should precede a new constitution.
I think that having a constitution actually would give us the foundation and the baseline for any kind of self-determination to really have some firm footing to stand on, because otherwise there's just a lot of what ifs. You know, what happens after self-determination, and then we decide, you know, how to structure our government after that.
He also disagrees that a new constitution would presuppose a step toward closer ties with the United States, one of the options of self-determination. Meanwhile, the new effort would follow the same process as 1977. Convention delegates would be elected to draft the Constitution, which would have to be, among other things, consistent with the sovereignty of the United States. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Let's get you up to speed on the big news affecting the CNMI now. Well, one of the two big headlines, obviously, as the NMI Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, who joined us yesterday on the show, says he, quote, cringes when he thinks about his original bid for his office with Governor Ralph Torres, of course, his running mate previously. And he says it was difficult to watch the House impeachment process.
You know, it's Torres Palacios, and sometimes I cringe. Sometimes I cringe, like, you know, what did I get myself into? Well,
Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios wearing regret on his sleeve, his name attached to his former running mate, Ralph Torres, who is the second governor in CNMI history to be impeached by the House of Representatives. Palacios says he often watched Torres' actions in office in dismay.
There are times when I tell the governor, hey, Love, I don't think you should do that. I think you should clear it with finance or even with the Attorney General's office. You know, what am I going to do? Force him?
Palacios is now in full force, coming out swinging, serving a political 1-2 punch, launching his campaign for the executive seat with Saipan Mayor David Apatang after testifying before the legislative committee that brought the 6 articles of impeachment to the floor. His words in the House may bleed into the impending Senate impeachment trial.
We will not answer whether they should convict him. I think they should look at all. If anything, I believe that they should look at all the evidence.
Palacios shares speculation that the Republican-led Senate will not remove the governor from office. The ultimate referendum will perhaps be on Election Day in November. Tomas Manglotnya for KOM News.
Again, as always, thanks to our friends at Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more. Working hard all over the island, Pacific Points. Make sure that you register for the Pacific Points program, because the staff is going to take care of you. The program is going to save you money, and the products you get are going to make you real happy. So shout out to our friends at Pacific Points, as always. All right, shout out also to Uncle King Conception, who has this morning's headlines in Chamorro.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mataki na ataka untauto ni undang kalun machati. Masuseris tigi sa hagat gi Metkulis. Ibiktima sa kumikantos ng Palawan ani matu si Matthew Salas dis maybe honest na edad. Za atsay tauto ni Matstenya. Za sangani na temalago si nananabiya na poro fatugatu guihi. Testifinen na biyahi no grakinan to disi kontra ilay para si Salas. Gagi si Salas gi probation. Gilami kasi otro na kausa. Za morden na mga no patsa hazi mampekno siya na atmas. Mataki ni aggravated assault and violation of a court order. Masasunto Imagahaga Guam, si Luliang Guerrero dyan ni CNMI na gobyerno Ralph Torres sa Mansao na Luki dyan ni todo siya gobyerno din ni teritoryo ng Estados Unidos. Pero fan testigo gigi U.S. Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources gidaw uno gi Febrero 2022 gilas 3 gitaluani Eastern Standard Time gita Washington D.C. Iparumatsogo este na hearing sa Promaxima iestaw teritoryo siya. Si Senador Joe Manchin ni gizaw humiluli di komiteya Zanuno na kami gasiguan na komite si Senator John Barroso sa siyafinin na mangwentos para mababay hearing. Segundo Public Information Officer, si Brianna Hunter, ginisiya na CNMI si Gobyerno Ralph Torres sa sapito mistigo yung internet. Ma-report lo kini KUM nagayos Leon Guerrero gida San Francisco. Gigi meeting ni Region 9 anti Johano gatigi DC. Proposano gigi NGA winter meeting. Distidia 18 stadia 31 gi Enero. Otro mas artikulo y Administrasyon Leon Guerrero Tenorio dakalan malik sa niya para di Eagles Field na lugar giza Mangilaw ni Sina Manasedbi para mahat sa di Medical Campus. Segundo Gobyerno Judge Tenorio asangan at Sina mas matawagi para ST. I-Joint Region Marianas na Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson akonfirma na uno na team gini US Missile Defense Agency sa manggayi ginamagigitagohan mas pipya lugar para di sandangkalo na missile defense ang sistema. Uno wihin na lugar ni maatan sa di Eagles Field giza Mangilaw. Antes de mais que Eagles Field, a administração sa maatan ni za Adakaw, nusina para mahat sa di Nuevo na Medical Campus. Yuto mo na suntog ifinot sa moro para pago na business gini KUAM News. Sana tanang yung pananaw gatigi Guam Memorial na Hospital sa mafamamalikan di emergency room para manamas adelanto. At man malangon siya ni manahan para emergency room. Sa sempe mag-experiensya, otro na klase ni nanong gatigi hospital. Iman malangon sa sempe mamarafin na nagigi security checkpoint. Sa sempe igwat di agwihi man sa nangan para manugato siya. These screening spaces sa estama designa zaman malango sa sempre umamiti distiadzo. I-Blue Met 10 gizong emergency room sa mabababa sa sempre sabi patient care na lugar kung manisisita. I-ambulance yes para manasabi di drop-off area dyan izon na hallway at di emergency room. Estinatoto sa sempre manafunatan dito mo na Febrero na mes. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Pizza Hut's stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Bubbles, bubbles of time fly by.
Good morning. Morning, Bree.
Bubbles, bubbles of time fly by.
Good morning.
The 99 degrees of cleanness on the rule you see.
Coming up, we're going to play this interview with the acting governor, Josh Tenorio. Our Isaiah Uggan was able to catch him on just a bunch of different issues, so we'll play that out for you guys. He commented on everything from the Admiral's revelation about the property up at Eagles Field to the COVID-19 surge and a message to public school parents. 7:16 is Friday, January 28th. Let's head into the KUAM News Link Zoom room, where we have the president of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, Mary Rhodes. Good morning, Mary.
Day. Good morning.
Happy Friday.
Hello. Happy Friday.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us so early. I appreciate it.
Oh, sure. No problem. How are you?
We're doing okay. How about you?
Okay. Yesterday actually was the Guam International Airport Authority's golf tournament for Ed Munya. So that was something out of the ordinary, right, in these times and circumstances. But I know that it was really for a good cause, and the Employee Association did a really good job, and the Airport Authority, it was a tremendous support yesterday.
Well, Mary, we asked you on because we're hearing about a lot of these Omicron-related closures, right? I know that I did a shoot over at Ruby Tuesday, and they had to close for like almost a week. And it wasn't just because they had positives. I think it was mostly because that whole close contact deal. So you're seeing this, it's happening all over, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Between close contact and as well as Omicron and even the regular flu, right? So there's been a huge impact. And I know that a lot of people are making that decision to close and to do either takeout only or just do a temporary closure for now until staffing levels are back to, something that they can sustain their operations with. But also it's not just staffing. There are a lot of issues even with supply shortage at this time. And so, companies, especially restaurants, food service industry, they've been dealing with food shortage for a while, especially in specific items. So there were several reasons for businesses to have to shut down. And I know that one of the questions was really, especially with this particular variant and how transmissible it is whether or not there should be more restrictions. But in essence, it's kind of being self-imposed, not just by the businesses themselves, but just in the fact that people are not going out dining. And so we don't see that traffic at all. So whether or not it means a business should remain open during this period. So it's really about being responsible as well as ensuring that your employees and your guests are remaining safe, especially during this time. But the harsh reality is that maybe there isn't enough traffic or a customer base to even maintain operations at this point.
Mary, I know that you know that we like to eat around here. One of our favorite hobbies. But then just the last couple places that we picked up food from, just anecdotally, last night when I got dinner, the restaurant was totally empty. drive-through was empty. They're doing a lot of takeout for lunch, right? But the place we got lunch at yesterday, again, they had one customer sitting in there, and they had been doing really good on takeout for, I guess, like maybe the first couple weeks of the surge. But the guy was telling me at BJ Barbecue, great place, that they're really seeing a downturn in business.
Yeah, I think that, especially dining takeout for the last 2 years, we've seen an increase in that type of business and services. But I think that a lot of people, it's kind of become taxing, extremely taxing on individuals in more ways than one. And also, with PUA money running out, federal dollars not being recirculated back into the economy, people don't have that disposable income as much as they used to. So I would like to, probably assume also that things are starting to get really tight out there with the community, and understandably so, especially for those who currently aren't working. And so those dollars, when they're recirculating back into the economy, there's a reason for that, right? You're really reinvesting back into the people. You're giving people options in how they're going to provide for their families, but also sustain businesses, especially as tourism is not taking place right now. And so when you don't circulate those federal dollars, it does have an economic impact to the businesses, those who pay taxes, as well as those who can afford to do things like eat out, right, rather than cook at home. And so there's really a multiplier effect when those dollars are not being spent out in the community. So I would like to say that it's for a couple of reasons, right? People are really just not spending that kind of money anymore, whereas you would see that the last 2 years.
What are you hearing about the LEAP program? Are a lot of your members taking advantage of this program? And I know this was created before this current surge we're experiencing, and I'm just kind of wondering, is this going to be enough? Are we going to need, another program?
Yeah, I think it's really important to really have that discussion already. The LEAP program, when I know that Mel and the GITA board, they were running through the different options. Initially, it was estimated to put a cap at 500,000 initially, and they brought that down to 300,000 because they looked at previous applicants who would probably qualify, and they were expecting about 600. And the applicants, I just looked at it the other day, and it's nearing 1,200. And I would think by March on the deadline, you're going to really see, 12 to 1,500 companies apply. And so it's going to be double, if not 2.5 times the amount they were expecting. And so I think it needs to be addressed. One of the examples I've been giving out to our members is, everybody should apply for those who believe they are eligible for those dollars. Even though it's only $50 million, you still need to kind of exercise, show the need, right, out in the community within private sector that if the average award of 50,000, let's say, not even the full max of 300,000, but if the average small business needs or should be awarded 50,000. If you just took 50,000 times even 1,200 applicants where it's at now, that's an additional, I believe, $30 million that we need. But if the average of 100,000, let's say, which is still 1/3 of the max award, then you're going to need another 70 million on top of the 50 million that was provided. So I think it's really twofold. One is everybody should apply who believes they're eligible, because you need to show it's needs-based, right? And it's also demand-based. So if that many businesses need the support within the community, whether it's 1,200, 1,500 number of companies, majority of them small businesses, we need to demonstrate that. And then number two, we can only ask for more funding with the federal dollars that the government currently has. We can only demonstrate that if we have the numbers to support it. And so we really need the businesses to apply to demonstrate that to GITA and to, the government both legislative and executive branches that private sector is hurting. And, these numbers and this LEAP grant was based on the previous year, not current period. Yeah. And if Omicron continues to make the impact it has been making so far this year, I think that we have the justifications to ask for more federal dollars to be spent within the private sector, because you really need the small businesses up to the large businesses to keep that circular economy going within private sector. Again, they're the businesses that pay taxes. They're the ones who largely employ individuals outside of the government. And we really need to assist these businesses as these restrictions continue to be imposed. But at the same time, we're limiting their total revenues by not having tourism going, by not recirculating federal dollars into the economy. So you do need to have a solution for private sector.
Mary, we actually had a comment. Due to the current situation, how soon would Mary request for more assistance from the governor and or the legislature? Because, it sounds like that's the road we're heading down.
Yeah, I think that would be soon, a conversation really soon, because again, the deadline, you have to allow this process to take place similar to, GITA. At the time we were considering LEAP, where it was $25 million from the legislature and $25 million from the governor for a total of $50 million. Their small business grant was still in effect. And so they still had $12 million that they had not spent at that point. And so they did run simultaneous programs. The PUA grant, the PAG grant through GITA's small business program, they needed to exhaust those funds before they can really consider another program, but they did consider LEAP at that time. So I think right now we already can demonstrate that already it's at double the expected amount of people to apply. The big question is whether or not we've exhausted the funds, because not everybody will be eligible for 300,000 max. And so that's a big question to GITA is what is the average award right now? And out of the close to 1,200 applicants, how much money are we going to spend out of the 50 million? And then we can go from there. So I think we have to see the applicants first, and it is on a first come, first served basis. And so then we can make those justifications.
Mary, we're talking a lot about how the business community is suffering because of this surge, and then, the residual, obviously, the ongoing, just everything with the pandemic. But I know if the businesses are having that hard of a time, man, the people must be really hurting.
Yeah, that's why I said, with federal dollars not being circulated back with the individuals, with families or individuals not working, it has made such a huge impact to the economy, because it's people aren't spending as they did back in 2020 and 2021. And so it does have that multiplier domino effect where you'll start to see it in the businesses. And like you said, even by dining out, you don't see the restaurants full anymore. And so I'm really not surprised that a lot of these service establishments have decided to temporarily close down, not just because of the variant and close contact, but also because the, traffic isn't there. Whether it's because people are just staying home because the variant is more transmissible, or they've been personally impacted by it. But I just think that spending dollars are starting to get, more limited.
You talked about tourism, right? We had the GVB tourism president, Czar, what is he, CEO, former Governor Carl Gutierrez. Man, there wasn't really a lot of specifics the last few times we've had him on. There's a lot of generalities, right? So I don't know, where are we with tourism other than the governor had said, I think it was during was that an airport ribbon cutting?
Yeah.
She said
the
that.
New wing, yep.
What did she say? That tourists are itching to come to Guam.
Yeah, well, all the key source markets, right? Whether it's Taiwan, Korea, Japan, there's obviously interest from those markets. But each of those markets have been dealing with, a lot of, from Delta to Omicron, they've dealt with their own closures and lockdowns But Korea, for example, and even Taiwan, right? They were traveling here. We still have a couple of tourists traveling here, actually. I know just the other day, I believe it was 2 days ago, 48 tourists came to Guam. So we still have tourism going in a very, very small sense, but not certainly to fill a plane or to really feel that impact or see the impact tourism has in our community like we would normally see. But last year we started seeing, good numbers coming in from Taiwan and Korea. And once they changed because of the Delta variant, and Omicron's only going to extend those deadlines. We've already seen Japan and Korea extend their deadlines as far as securing air scheduling and flight schedules to guarantee flights here. People are going to be traveling if planes aren't scheduled to come to Guam. And so the further we go out with this variant and the impact it has in not just in our own community, but international communities, then you're really talking not really starting until May or June if things turned around today, right?
Don't say that anymore. If
no, but that's
right,
the reality.
right? Yeah, I know.
It's 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
For people to even choose to travel. Some markets, they'll get on a plane much faster, especially like Korea travelers, the younger ones. But people aren't traveling like that anymore. They're traveling. They're choosing to travel domestically, more within their home countries. And if they're going to travel international, we have to really put that messaging out, continue to put that messaging out to stay safe. And Guam is a safe destination. And I know that you guys are doing a tremendous job sharing the WTTC Safe Travels program. And just as a friendly reminder, that renewal process is ongoing. And I believe GBB sent a press release out and only 48 companies renewed their application. And so we need more businesses to sign up for the WTTC Safe Travels program, because when we do promote Guam as a safe destination, one of the best ways to promote that is an international brand such as the World Travel Tourism Council with the stamp of safe travels, because that's what tourists are looking for before they make that decision to travel to a destination. So please sign up. For businesses out there, please sign up for WTTC Safe Travels. All of these things are steps towards that direction, although it won't trigger a quick movement, but they're all necessary in order to reopen and to communicate to the rest of the world that, Guam is within Asia, but also US, and it's a safe place to travel at this point. Really, with Omicron, everybody questions whether or not people should be traveling. And of course, everybody's going to be prudent in that decision making, and we're seeing the impact of that. The big question is, how much longer can we continue to be in this, holding pattern with tourism? We said it's going to take 2 years, right? Well, we're into year 3 and without rebuilding at this point.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I guess, the temperature within your membership under the JHRA. We talked about how businesses are struggling, clearly, but yet we hear about pay raises and things like that in the government. So I just wanted to see what are you hearing in the private sector about that, kind of like their reaction when you hear that? Because to me, I'm just like, what? We're giving out pay raises? Granted, they with law enforcement, they deserve it. But, there are people out there who are hurting, that don't have a job, that can barely feed their families. And so to hear, we're going to give you whatever, a raise and this.
Well, we already know,
COVID
Guam is a very challenging market to begin with, right? With the wage scale. And I think that it just makes it harder for private sector to compete, not just with the government, but also with industries that have the prevailing wage, like the Davis-Bacon Act with construction. And so all of those things have an impact to the market when you're having to compete, right, for the same individuals. So I think from a macroeconomic perspective, it's going to make Guam overall more expensive and also very difficult to keep people within the private sector. So private sector is very challenged in the fact that one, they're having a hard time attracting employees, and two, they're going to have a hard time keeping employees. And three, can the market afford to continue to pay these wages, knowing that Guam's already an expensive place to live, as well as an expensive place to operate business in? So there are multiple effects that has on a business as well as on individuals when you're really looking at wage scales that automatically have large increases, right? An average increase in any industry, whether you're government or private sector, is normally 3 to 5% in a good year.
Not 18%.
Right, and it's so much larger right now. And how do you determine who's essential, right? Obviously, Guam Police Department, we obviously support them, healthcare workers, all of that. But how do you determine who's more essential than somebody else, right? I know teachers who are upset about it within government. I know a lot of other agencies, it's a very difficult time to justify something like that during a pandemic when everybody is essential. And then also when private sector is having a hard time, but it's not just on Guam. This is throughout the United States where a worker shortage is taking place, right? And so I think that it's going to be really hard times moving forward as we continue to see things like that, because it just makes it more challenging for everybody else. Not that it's not deserved again. Everybody wishes that we can all afford to be able to give, people those kinds of wages, but are you remaining competitive in it? Are you going to impact the rest of the community, the market, in what is considered a rate for that type of a job? Yeah. And so you can't accelerate it that fast because you're making a larger impact to the economy and to the community in that way. So it has a detrimental effect, but at the same time, positive effects for those individuals who get it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I think one thing this pandemic has highlighted, Mary, is the widening gap between the government and the private sector. We lose people to GovGuam. I mean, and right. these are not like, high positions. These are like kind of like mid-level positions that pay much more than private sector. I mean, if you look at like what a digital marketer would make in the private sector versus what they make for the government, I mean, it's got to be like a $20,000-$30,000 gap. So,
well, what it translates to, right, is higher costs overall equals higher pricing. And so when you're having to pay larger wages like that, whether it's government or private sector, it's going to affect the price point. And so, the market will be deeply impacted like I said, but also it's how do we sustain ourselves? We already know, how long can that last? This money, the federal dollars we received was a one-time, or actually 3 times, right? We've received it, but it's not like it's continuous. Yeah. The rest of the dollars have to come from taxes.
And I think with these raises that Bree was talking about, I mean, it's one thing if the issue really seemed to be with GPD, that they were getting paid so much lower than everyone else. But what the governor did in a genius election year move is she gave everybody who wears a badge, regardless of, how much, anyway. Yeah, she just gave, hundreds of people as opposed to like a couple hundred people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the challenge, though, is GPD, and, I think that they've been passed over for wage increases over the years. Different agencies go through it, right? Whether it's fire department and they got their back pay. Different agencies have passed over, but that's a signal that we can't afford to pay everybody. So different agencies have waited. And that's what's the unfortunate truth about this is GPD has been waiting for this for a long time.
Yeah, but we didn't just give it to GPD. But so have other people. Yeah. Mary, thank you for your time. That was a very insightful conversation.
Good luck on LEAP Part 2.
Yeah.
And welcome back, Bree. And I haven't seen you yet, so my deepest condolences to you and your family. I haven't seen you since you've been gone. So just know I've been thinking about you, and I know how much you guys mean to the community. And it's always good to see all of you continue to stay safe And just, when I hope to be back and we can talk more about whether or not there'll be more federal dollars going into private sector, hopefully at some point. But certainly, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay.
All right, let's keep it going here. 7:39. Dr. Peter Lombard. He's been crunching COVID stats right here on the link all for the whole pandemic, and there's a little bit of a lull there where we didn't have any stats to crunch, but there is definitely no shortage of numbers to run through the Lombardinator. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today?
We're just trying to make sense of the new normal is what I coined the phrase. Yeah, Doc, I mean, how are you doing, Bree?
I'm okay.
I think everyone's just trying to grasp everything that's going on now, right? So we've got, obviously, high triple-digit cases, more into the 1,000 side than the hundreds. We've got GDOE and their own metrics saying that it's high risk right now. They had to do away the CAR score because it was just too crazy looking during this Omicron surge. And I'm sure that you've got some interesting stuff with the data and what it's going to show us this morning. So do you want to get right into it?
Yeah, sure. We can jump right in. Just to set the stage again, looking at, I don't know if you guys have access to the slides, Jason?
Yep.
Okay, great. So last time we got together was 3 weeks ago, and this is what we look like. We were down here, one of the best in the nation. We're a little bit behind in the Omicron curve, and I was optimistically hoping that we wouldn't see the worst of Omicron. And this is 3 weeks later now. You can see again, let's dance back and forth here. Last 3 weeks ago and today, so now we're one of the worst in the country when it comes to the number of cases we're seeing per capita.
Sorry, Doc, real quick. I don't think you're. Are you sharing your screen right now?
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So this is 3 weeks ago. Again, we're down here, one of the best in cases per capita per day, or on average. And so, and then 3 weeks later, we look like this. There we go. So we jumped through, and we're now at one of the highest rates. So per capita, getting around that 400 cases per 100,000. That's why we've been seeing case numbers, the 700, 800s here. The good news is that the case fatality rate, so the number of people that die out of the total number of cases that we're identifying, has continued to decrease with the Omicron wave. This is this part way off to the right here. So early in the pandemic, a lot of people were dying of the people that we diagnosed. It decreased a bit during the Delta wave because of vaccinations, and it's decreasing even more because what we know about Omicron, that it's just not it doesn't appear to be as severe. People are still dying, going to the hospital, but not proportionally to where they were before. And compared to the rest of the U.S., Guam still compares pretty favorably in this area in the case fatality rate. Down here, you see definitely some states doing much better than us. Hawaii is still, despite their recent surge, their fatalities per capita are still much better than Guam's. This was 3 weeks ago too. I showed the 10. We were one of the 10 best states in the nation, and I wanted to compare New York at the time because they were one of the worst in the nation. And so we're going to fast forward here. So we kind of flip flop with New York again. I kind of in jest I said we seem to flip flop with New York when they're having a surge. We're not that it means anything, but it's just interesting. So New York is coming down significantly from the surge, and while we're sort of coming up to close to our peak here. So, even in the worst states and countries, it's rare to see them get over this number of 400, 450-ish cases per 100,000 on average. We're going to zoom in here. This is just the last 4 weeks. And you can see, the last 8 weeks, you can see New York surge started around the middle of December. They peaked about 3 weeks later, and now they're 3 weeks after their peak. So we started our surge about 3 weeks, and that's been more or less the picture that we're seeing in many places. It's taking about 6 weeks total to get over the hump and back down again. Some places are still not coming down, but for the most part, I think that is a reasonable expectation if you want to know what we're going to be seeing here. I would like to think that we are at or near the peak. If it goes up much higher, I don't see us going much past maybe this level here, 500. I still don't have a great explanation why we always seem to be more at the extremes of what we're seeing everywhere else. But It's also possible that we're capturing more cases than other states. I think that's possible, even though we sort of have this impression that it's very difficult to get testing here. Maybe it's actually a little bit easier for people to get tested than other locations. And we're comparing Guam to states, which isn't fair either, but still. Now, so here's some examples where Hawaii, they kind of started this slow, gradual Omicron curve about the same time as New York, but they're still not really coming down that fast. So, that 6 week doesn't really hold true for them. Rhode Island still is kind of up there as well too. So, what happens to Guam, how fast we're going to come down, I think does remain to be seen. But, optimistically, it'll be about a 3 week tail end here. Just pulled one slide from the Dr. Pavutsky's presentation just to highlight the fact that, it's the younger age groups, 12 to 17 and 18 to 39, that continue to drive this Omicron surge. And it started with the 18 to 39-year-old group, and that has sort of more spread to the age group below that. So, in the U.S., the CDC published this. They call this the Nowcast. This shows how much is Omicron. Delta is orange here, and you can see the rapid shift over the course of about a month's time to essentially 100% Omicron. And even if we're about 3 weeks behind the rest of the U.S., we're still, I think the vast majority of what we're seeing here in Guam right now is Omicron. I'd say it's at least 95% and maybe even up to 100% Omicron right now. So thankfully our hospitalizations are still not looking all that bad. We have come up to over 30. I think GMH is in the 20s by itself between the three hospitals. I think this is manageable as long as the rest of the hospital census, we're nowhere near the peaks that we were seeing in the Delta wave. I mean, it's scary looking at how high we were and for how long we were at that level. And our ICU numbers, thankfully, have been very, very low as well. So I was thinking with this Omicron wave, we might get to 50 hospitalizations, and that still may be the case. We might even go a little bit higher than that. As we know, the hospitalizations are going to be delayed a week or two after the cases. So if hopefully, if we're peaking in cases right now, we still won't see peak hospitalizations for another week or so. So we've got that to look forward to. And obviously, a massive thank you to the folks working in the hospital to keep our people safe there. It's still pretty appalling how many deaths we're seeing in the United States. We're still, in that 2,000 to 4,000 people per day in the U.S. So it's remarkable how numb we've become to these deaths. And I think we're up to like 800. The U.S. is at 875,000 deaths total, which is like the population of San Francisco. So it's pretty mind-boggling. New York Times, they had that front page where they showed all 100,000 names of the people that died up to that point. Now we're 10 times that many. It's really amazing. And from that perspective, we can see the effect of the boost of the vaccinations and the boosters making a significant impact there. And I think when you talk to folks who are trying to minimize the severity of COVID, a lot of them will constantly say, well, of those deaths, of all these deaths, we know that they're dying of other things. Maybe they just have COVID. And while that's true, I think, it's important to ask how many of those people would not have died if they didn't get COVID, because COVID was often the trigger to have the heart attack, the stroke, the aneurysm, the blood clot, the pneumonia, the respiratory failure. If not COVID in that picture, they would not have died. And we know that for a lot of different reasons. But, I'd like to think one easy way to look at that is if those deaths are not COVID deaths, if they were just going to die anyways and COVID had nothing to do with it, then why is there such a difference when you're vaccinated? Why, if the vaccine only helps people with COVID, then why are we seeing so many less people die that have had the vaccination than those who have not had the vaccination? So it's kind of for me, a fairly rational way to look at that. So this is for the deaths just between September and December. And, the chances of the death rate per 100,000 people, if you're unvaccinated, is close to 10. Less than 1 if you're fully vaccinated, even with no booster, which is pretty remarkable by itself. And if you've had the booster, you're even 7 times less likely to die than without the booster, and easily well over 10 times less chance of dying if you've had even just the 2 doses. So again, how is that possible if these deaths aren't truly being caused by COVID? I can't see any other way to look at that and say that those deaths that we're saying, yes, we have that many deaths, and we really do believe that they're being caused by COVID, and we have that proof just by seeing this. Similarly, when you look at the states with high vaccination rates, there's less COVID deaths, and those are the deaths that we're defining as COVID deaths. So that shouldn't be happening. The deaths between vaccinated and unvaccinated, if these were not COVID deaths, they should be the same. Right. In those 2 populations.
Doc, could you, sorry to interrupt, but could you just address, because we get this a million times in the comments,
Sure.
that people who are the hospitalizations, they say, oh, there's 25 vaccinated, 8 unvaccinated in the hospital. So can you kind of go into, again, the explanation of that? I think we've had it explained here a few times, but just once again.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, your audience maybe understand this a little bit more, but, I even get providers that still point to the total numbers and act like that's a meaningful way to look at this. I mean, the gross total numbers is a completely different than looking at the rate. You've got to look at the rate. What is the denominator? How many you might have a number 5, but that's 5 out of how many in that group? So you've got a group of people that are vaccinated, a group that's unvaccinated. If the vast majority of the population is vaccinated, it's normal to see a higher number because there's just so many more of them walking around. You've got a very small number of unvaccinated people, and you have to divide by the total number that are remaining to see the rate. Rates are really the only way to evaluate and compare the 2 groups. You just cannot look at the total numbers. And so most states, most people that are publishing their hospitalization and death data now, most of them are incorporating that rate. And it's on the JIC report every single day. They give the total numbers, and 2 lines below that, they give the rate. And the rate has consistently been at least 4 to 5 times higher in the unvaccinated group. And sometimes it's 8, 9, 10 times higher. It ebbs and flows a little bit with the small numbers, but it's absolutely misleading, and I think dishonest if all you're doing is showing the gross total numbers. You have to put that in context with the rate. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yeah.
This was an estimate, at least from June to November, of the number of deaths that could have been saved if everybody had been vaccinated. And this is, I think, by June. I think the vaccine was available to everybody. So the dark blue is what we anticipate the lives that probably could have been saved with vaccination. Some of them would not have been prevented even with the vaccine, but the vast majority would have. And I think the number is, between 100 to 200,000 people could have been saved. And in Guam, how does that translate? Since the summertime, I think we've had 140 or so deaths, and I think probably a good 20 or 30 of those maybe still could have died, but we could have saved well over 100 deaths, I think, if we had been able to vaccinate more people sooner. We know that the booster is also effective still against Omicron, at least for hospitalization. But what we also know, and I think a lot of people trying to minimize COVID will say, well, it still doesn't protect you from getting infected. But the vaccine actually does, I think I've said this before, it does, it reduces your chance of getting infected. And the booster does an even better job. The % reduction, this is brand new data out of Israel, where again, there was some on the forefront of vaccination. They're looking at this very closely of all infections. And I'm just looking at the severe ones. What is the reduction in the chance of getting COVID if you've been vaccinated? That's something, interesting with the younger groups, which I think is important to look at. But, if you look at least for adults, you're looking at 30 to 50% reduced chance of getting infected. So how does that, how do we sort that with what we're seeing though? We just, everybody, we look at the JIC report, we see, and we know, we talk to people, this person's been boosted and they've got Omicron. Well, what we don't know, and we're not capturing is how many people that have been boosted are not getting infected. And I think that, that have been exposed. I mean, I think, at some point I'm boosted. At some point I have to think that I've been close to somebody that has Omicron, and however much distance I had between myself, whatever my mask was at that time, there may have been some viral particles, but at whatever level I was still able to prevent, hopefully, from getting Omicron. So I think that there actually are quite a few people that have been exposed, that have been vaccinated, that did not get infected. But we're seeing, of our infected, there's a lot of them that are breakthrough infections from prior infection or breakthrough from their vaccination. So, but I do want to dispel the myth that the vaccine doesn't help reduce the number. It doesn't prevent it. Absolutely not. I'm not here to say that, but it does reduce the chances of an infection if you're vaccinated. This herd immunity concept. If only a few people are vaccinated on this graph, on this chart here, the gray are the vaccinated and the infected are in red here. So in a poorly vaccinated place, you're going to see the infection spread everywhere. In a 30% vaccinated population, it's going to be blunted a little bit. And a very highly vaccinated population, you're going to be able to block that transmission. But the problem is where this breaks down for Omicron and COVID is that it's so highly transmissible, and it infects people who've already been infected and who've been vaccinated. Thankfully, not to a severe degree, but it still allows the virus to transmit through this group over here, even when you're at these high levels of vaccination. So at least with what we know about Omicron and COVID, which I don't think we could have predicted at all, even with high levels of vaccination, I don't think we can say technically that we're going to be able to reach herd immunity with what we know right now, with what the vaccine is giving us right now. So I think there's a little danger there, and we have to be careful about using those words publicly if we're saying that's the goal is herd immunity. I just don't think that with what the virus is doing, that's actually a technical possibility for us. This flu analogy, I also think, the intent of the analogy, yes, we do have to learn at some point to live with the virus. Yes, let's focus on the more severe hospitalizations and deaths, keeping those low. It may, perhaps more infections now will lead to less later. I will quibble with that a little bit, but the reality is, what's endemic for the flu, which means this always existing in the population, is not necessarily true for COVID. We definitely have substantially more people that are being hospitalized and dying of COVID than for flu. And pre-pandemic, we definitely would tolerate people that are sick in the worst place. You might keep your distance, but it was fairly normal to see people coughing and sneezing across the room from you, and you wouldn't think too much of it. Sometimes you would send people home, but sometimes they'd say, "No, I got to get work done," and you tolerate it. It was something that was tolerable. But right now, there's no way we would tolerate somebody that's symptomatic and known positive COVID in your workplace or at school. Oh yeah, I tested positive yesterday, and they're coughing. There's no way we could tolerate that. So there's a big difference there, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. And endemicity is kind of an interesting thing too. We're not really seeing COVID be an endemic type of virus and infection yet. It's so transmissible, it mutates so quickly. There's many differences between the two viruses, flu and COVID, that I really think that we have to be careful when we're using that analogy. And if you just look at the pediatric deaths, like from COVID compared to influenza, I mean, it doesn't even compare. So, I think that if you're using that comparison, I think the idea and the intent is, again, at some point, yes, we do have to learn to live with the virus, but there are many differences that we need to be clear on. And endemicity, really means that there's always going to be low levels at various places in the population. Again, I just don't see that. COVID's everywhere, and you get spikes that are high enough that, I think most people are still saying this is still an epidemic type of virus. And until something happens with how our immune system responds to this, that's not going to change. And the latest COVID news, I don't know, I haven't been able to tune in, but I don't know if you guys have been talking about the BA2 variant at all.
No, we've just been pretending it doesn't exist because it's stressful.
Oh, okay. Great. Well, it's out there. And it's interesting. It's not really a sublineage of BA1 Omicron. It kind of started a while ago, but for some reason it developed a few extra mutations that have allowed it to become a lot more transmissible. And it's competing with, it's out-competing BA1, the original Omicron, in a few places, notably Denmark. So Denmark, here in this insert, you can see Delta is the orange, the BA2, the original Omicron BA1 is in orange, BA2 is in gray. So you can see it's actually out-competing. I think this is up to like 70 or 80% now. And Delta obviously tailed off here. So it's potentially even more transmissible than BA1. Hopefully, the severity is similarly low, but we're also seeing this in a number of other European countries. And the BA2 variant has been identified in a number of places in the United States as well. So I guess it's possible that we have it here in Guam. And curiously, I mean, we see Denmark here. So remember, if you look at their number, they're between 700 or 800 cases per 100,000. Remember, we're down here at like 400 or 500. Oh, there we are. Well, 400. We're probably a little bit more than that, 400 cases per 100,000. So, you know, there's definitely places, Denmark and Portugal I highlighted because their vaccination rates are fantastic. I mean, Denmark, not quite as good as Guam, but Portugal is like 85, 90%. So even with highly vaccinated countries, you're still going to get a lot of cases, again, preventing the severity of disease, but lots of cases. What's interesting is Denmark has said, we're going to, record cases, we're going to cease all COVID restrictions. So I think there's you know, this is a country that's done very well, and they're looking at what's happening there, and they're saying we're not that concerned about what we're seeing there with the cases. So this is an example of them saying, of a country that's saying we need to learn to live with this. We're not going to place a whole lot many more restrictions because we don't think the fallout's going to be that bad. So I thought that was very interesting. So just to wrap this up, our take-home points. I don't think herd immunity is technically possible right now with the current rates of reinfection that we're seeing from people that have been either previously infected or have been vaccinated. The flu analogy, I think it's nice to focus on the intent, but it is somewhat at odds with what we are seeing with COVID. We're about 78% fully vaccinated in Guam and 38% boosted. I thought that was actually pretty decent. It was a little bit of improvement the last time we talked. The 2-dose vaccine, even if you're not boosted, thankfully is still holding up fairly well against severe disease and death. But you can certainly increase that up to 7-fold if you're boosted. So get boosted, people, please, if you're not already. And it's not too late, even if you're not vaccinated, to get that vaccine. I think there's definitely still benefit to it, even if you've been infected before. Vaccination does reduce the infection, but it doesn't prevent it. And it's not well enough for us to prevent continuing spikes like this. So I think I just read something this morning about one direction that might help us significantly is a type of vaccine that is mucosal. You spray it in the nose and it develops antibodies in the mucosa so that when you're exposed to the virus, it can't get into your airways any farther than that. And that would be, we need a vaccine that will help prevent infection and transmission. And I don't know how close we are to that, unfortunately. That may still be a year or more off. And what I also know that Pfizer is testing their Omicron version of the vaccine, but those study results won't be out till after the summer. So, you know, in the near future, even the next 4 to 6 months, I don't see a whole lot changing. We're going to be sort of at the mercy of Omicron and whatever variant comes after it. Thankfully, I think right after we spoke, you know, the president announced that they're going to be shipping a whole 4 rapid tests to everybody. So I applied for mine, and I hope everybody else did too. Just one more tool that may help you decide if you're currently infected and contagious. We have received some antiviral agents. I don't know if that's been discussed on the show before too, and that Pavloxid, and that certainly will help us prevent folks from having more severe disease. And I think I see a 6-week surge. We're about midway between that. So I'd like to think we're peaking now. I'd like to think we'd keep our hospitalizations below 60. And we're probably again at our peak in terms of cases per day. But you know, you talk to some of the doctors and the clinics right now, and they're still seeing tremendously high number of people coming in for testing. And at their clinics, at least, they're seeing like 70-80% positivity. Guam's overall positivity, I think, is still 20-30%, and that's actually not as bad as what we're seeing in some other places. So I think the folks going to the clinics are probably more symptomatic and have a higher chance of testing positive. So.
Yeah, Dr. Hoa told me yesterday at their clinic they had 80 to 90% positivity rate.
Yeah, he mentioned that in our chat too. That's astounding. I think it's a little bit skewed. The type of people that are going to be going to the clinics are the ones more likely to get tested positive. But you know, if you're going to the free clinics, you maybe don't know, or you want to just be on the safe side, or you want to let your work know. So some of those folks may be maybe less symptomatic. And that was one of the slides from Dr. Pavlotzky's too. The percentage of the positives that are symptomatic, it's actually fairly low, a little bit surprising, but you know, I think, you know, even though there's this desire, intent to communicate a message of let's learn to live with it, it doesn't mean we're saying let's just let it rip. We're not saying that at all. I mean, I think that there is definitely there's an impact, even though Omicron is super transmissible. There's definitely an impact of wearing your mask, keeping your distance from people. So, and the isolation protocols, whether it's 5 days to 10 days, there's an impact there as well. It's not negligible. It's not zero. It's probably not a lot, but it's, even if we can make a 15-20% dent in this current surge, I think that's worthwhile, and so it's still worthwhile for us to continue to push in that direction.
Doc, what are you hearing about that Paxlovid and the Molnupiravir?
Let's jump. Doc, can you just hang on? We're going to jump over to KUAM TV just real quick, and I know we had just a couple questions about your presentation. 804, we're KUAM FM in Gotney, Guam on the breeze. KUAM TV, here we come. Guam. It is Friday. KUAM TV, Bananas of Zeus. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Joe, sir. We got our 8 o'clock news coming up. We've got the Minority Report with Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas. And also, we've got your governor in the CNMI, Governor Ralph Torres, coming up 9 o'clock right here on the link. I think it's going to be good. We've had pretty much every elected leader from the CNMI except the governor on recently, so we're excited for that. It's 8:06, in progress with Dr. Peter Lombard, who's crunching COVID stats. Just did a great presentation that will pop up on YouTube after the show. But Sabrina was just asking about the antiviral, the
antiviral pills, the Paxlovid and the Molnupiravir. I was listening in on a portion of the interview that Daniel was doing with Dr. Nathaniel Burr, the Physicians Advisory Group. And during the interview yesterday, he was mentioning that they were working on the protocols, guidelines for the administration of these 2 antiviral pills. And they were going to be providing it to healthcare providers, and with the possibility of seeing these being administered today, possibly. So I wanted to ask Dr. Lombard, what are you hearing about these pills? Who can take them, who can't? Because from the interview with Dr. Berg, he was saying, well, if you have extreme liver disease or renal issues that you, like if you're on dialysis, you wouldn't be able to take these pills.
Yeah, that's a possibility. There are some significant, not insignificant side effects that can happen, and we do have to be careful about who we give them to. Yeah. It's also, as you know, it's not designed for inpatients. It's really designed for outpatients. You want to treat people soon after they're diagnosed, and so there is a fairly narrow window. And I think that if we had enough of it, it's best to put these in the hands of primary care clinics. I think because it's outpatient. You want to give these to outpatients, and that's the goal. But reality is we just don't have enough of the medicine. I mean, it was pretty amazing to hear how few doses we have. So I think they're being careful, and I think that the decision to kind of control the supply from GMH, I don't think that was a horrible decision. And to make very clear what the policy, the protocol is to be able to use these and make sure we're using them in the right people to get the best bang for the buck with the limited resources that we have. But definitely these are really amazing based on the studies that we've seen so far. Really phenomenal treatment options that we have.
Mm-hmm. What are the studies showing?
I'd have to look it up. If recollection serves, it's very high, 80-90% reduction in severity of disease, something like that. So it's you tack that on to vaccination too, and I think that what this is going to do is if we're treating people appropriately, we're going to see even less hospitalizations and deaths of the people that are testing positive that looks like they're trending towards more severe disease. So I think if we had access to as many as we could, the impact would be greater. But because we have so few, I don't know, it's going to be difficult to, I think, prioritize. I think if you have a hookup, for example, with a doctor or something, and you test positive, we don't want to see that happening in terms of who's getting it. Somebody with more comorbidities that still qualifies should be the ones that get the limited supply.
Are you hearing that these pills would only go to vaccinated individuals or unvaccinated?
I'm sorry?
Are you hearing that these antiviral pills would be administered to only vaccinated individuals?
I doubt that. I doubt that would be the case.
Okay.
I glanced at the protocols, the tentative protocols. I think that I don't know if they're finalized yet, but I don't remember seeing anything about that. I would be shocked if that was part of the protocols, only to give it to vaccinated.
Doc, do you think we're at a level where we don't really have to be concerned with the Delta variant and REGEN-COV anymore?
I really think, of our cases, I guess less than 5%, maybe even less than that, or less than 2-3% of all of our cases are Delta right now. So most of them clearly are Omicron. So I think that phase is behind us. But this is the enemy we don't know as well, and the next enemy is going to be one that we have to learn about more again. The pattern of this coronavirus is. This COVID-19 has been rapid mutation and then a new variant that we have to figure out almost fresh.
Dr. Berg, Physicians Advisory Group, said with a little luck that we could come out of this surge by February 1st. I know that you had said you're looking at it lasting a little bit longer. Could you kind of just address that and then also address this the messaging from public health and the governor that this is kind of a mild surge, because I think people are having a hard time seeing these crazy numbers and equating it to something mild.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's mild from the standpoint of comparing it to the previous wave. It's mild. The severity of disease, the number of people in the hospitals, it's nowhere near what we were seeing before. It's not mild as a bad flu season yet. Okay, so that takes it in context. I think the messaging is difficult. They're trying to balance not making people panic too much with also making sure people are still worried enough that they're still willing to take the appropriate precautions. And so I think people want to have sort of this all or nothing mentality. It's something to worry about, or it's not something to worry about. And no matter what the governor says, the PAG says, that tries to find a balance, people are always going to say, oh, well, which is it? Is it all or nothing? Because it sounds like you're saying all of this or all that. And I think that's just I don't think it's a very healthy way to look at it. I mean, I think there has to be a middle ground. And I think that even an effort to maintain some of our policies that are trying to prevent this let it rip philosophy, I think it does have an impact. And I think it's still worthwhile.
So would you say that we are in effect, practicing the let her rip philosophy right now? I based on what I see, I'm still pretty impressed. I mean, you can see the concern on a lot of patients' faces when they come in. A lot of them are double masking, and they tell us if they see something in the clinic that they felt like, oh, it was a little bit crowded in there the other morning. And so and maybe these are just select few, but in taking the pulse of the general average person out there in Guam, I think that they are still concerned appropriately enough, and that they are being careful. And I think that has made a difference in terms of how bad this surge has been. I think it's too optimistic to say this is over by February 1st. I mean, I think just looking at, it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks for us to come down from where we are right now, even if things started making that U-turn, which is what we really hope that we're going to see over the next few days, over the next week. But there's no way that those case numbers are going to go down to zero in just a few days. Thank you, Doc. Always great to have you on. Appreciate it so much.
Thanks, guys. Happy Friday.
Okay, there you go, Dr. Peter Lombard. Jay, we put that up on the YouTube after the show, right? If you guys want to, I mean, he did a whole PowerPoint. It was of a 30-minute presentation, and he pulls this data from national, international sources, as well as public health's own numbers, and kind of crunches them all and does all the graphing and the charting. And there was some stuff in there about the new variant.
And the comparison is very much appreciated. When you say here's where we are, like on here's how we rank like globally, or here's like at scale.
Right.
Here's how Guam's doing, for better and worse. And we mention this all the time. You guys follow Dr. Lombard on Twitter. He's at Peter Lombard and everything like that. If you like what he's doing, this is literally just a snapshot of what he does. He shares really good information from other physicians, from other data sources, people who do what he does and everything like that. And if you want that kind of analytics approach to see how we're doing and where we could be, everything. He's a great follow on Twitter.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Especially around football season, too.
Thorough and easy to understand.
That's what I really like. It's very easy to understand. Super layman's terms, like a friend told me once. Thank you, Doc. Right on. We got to ask him about the Blu-ray blockers next time, Bree. 8:14. It's Friday, January 28th. We got our 8 o'clock look at news, which is brought to you by Pacific Points. That is coming up next, right here on the link. But break Nonza first. Good morning.
Join Nestor Lecanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
We want to see your football fan love in time for Valentine's Day and the big game on February 14th. KUAM News and KUAM Digital are rounding up and showcasing football lovers all over the island every day before the big game and giving one lucky fan and their loved ones the chance to win the ultimate game day Valentine's bash at home. All you got to do is send an email to promotions@KUAM.com with the subject Love and Football, or tag and send a DM to the KUAM News page on Instagram. Make sure to include your name and contact info and your Love and Football story. Each and every submission will be entered to win a Game Day Love Fest at their home on Valentine's Day, including a brand new 65-inch 4K TV from Buddy's Home Furnishings, party platters from participating restaurants delivered by Uno Go, beverages and swag from Heineken and Soli, sweet treats, roses for your loved ones, and much more. One lucky winner will be announced on the air on February 11th. Some conditions apply. Winner must be a resident of Guam, must be 21 years or older, and must be available to be featured in a live shot from their home on Game Day, Monday, February 14th.
See KUAM.com for complete rules and regulations. Love and Football is presented by Uno Go and Buddy's Home Furnishings. Let us show you why Buddy's is better. Jamaican Grill, Yaman, together we can. Heaven Sent, the essence of all things beautiful. The Bottle Shack, Heineken and Stoli. Enjoy responsibly. And CS Cafe. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Pizza Hut stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes. Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bevendale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Hey, welcome back. KUAM TV, it's 8:21 on this Friday. Whoa!
What music are you playing?
This is Janiki Suba, Hagu.
That's what I thought. Joseph thought you were playing More Than Words. As soon as they did that, he starts and he's like, saying I love you. I was like, I don't think so?
Yeah.
Question mark?
It could be a remix. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's 8:21 here, Friday, January 28th. Longest month ever. Yes, it is still January, even now, today.
For 3 more days.
Yes. Good morning. Jay, before we get into the news, can you run over the testing stuff just real quick?
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Testing for the TEDS site. Remember, you do need, and from this point on, you will need an appointment. But testing today and Saturday, completely booked right now. So if you would like to make a appointment, you can call the Dedido... the Dedido or Inalahan Public Health Centers if you are either in the north or south, respectively. You got that graphic right, Joser? We got the number here on your screen, courtesy of DJ Joser. Up in Dedido, please call 671-635-7525 or 671-635-7526 if you would like to make an appointment. At the Public Health regional clinics, you do need to exhibit symptoms, so only for people who have COVID symptoms. And again, you do need to make an appointment. Those are available from 9 to 12. So starting in about half an hour until high noon, you can be tested. Down in the south, 671-828-7604 or 671-828-7625 for our friends in the south. Happening in about 8 minutes, and the line has been going on since at least 5 in the morning. Food commodities distribution right up the road from us at the Guam Football Association field. There are 1,000 food commodities packages which will be delivered to residents of Dedido only, distributed, I should say, not delivered. It's drive-through distribution, and it starts at 8:30 and goes until 11:30 in the morning again for Dedido residents only, right up the street here. As we understand it, when the 4 of us were coming into work, the line actually started even way before the sunup. So please call the Dedido Mayor's Office if you have any questions. We'll get you some images and possibly some video of that hopefully later on this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Our 8 o'clock newscast is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, and here with the very latest from the KUAM News team, Jason Solis. Good morning.
All right, and thank you to our friends at Pacific Points always for bringing you your link update. Thanks so much for Pacific Points, where you can do more and get more. Our island grieves once again as we have lost 2 more lives in our tightly knit island community due to COVID-19. The 283rd death was on November 3rd. That was a 63-year-old unvaccinated man found dead at home. The 284th COVID-19 related death was a 53-year-old unvaccinated woman who died on Wednesday. In both cases, the patients had underlying health conditions. 743 new cases were identified last night out of a sample set of 2,827 tests analyzed on Wednesday. That's a test positivity rate of 26%, a little bit down from yesterday, but still quite high. 1 in 4 people on the island that were tested on Wednesday did pop positive. 106 of those 743 were from the DOD. 34 people are admitted to the hospital this morning, 21 of whom at GMH, 11 at GRMC, and 1 at Naval Hospital. 1 person is in the ICU. There have now been over 30,000 officially reported cases, 30,221 to be exact, and 6,653 people are actively isolating. We also do want to tell you about the new numbers for the isolation facility hotline. If you, or in fact, need to be isolated or you have any questions, the isolation facility is of course, at the Bayview Hotel in Tumon. The numbers are 671-998-4527 or 671-998-4547. If you test positive for COVID-19, please call those numbers between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. Public health staff will assist you in determining if you are, in fact, eligible to do your isolation in the quarantine facility. Let's get to our news stories now, as Operation Guardian is the new mission that has been launched by the largest agency in the government of Guam, as GDOE is undertaking Operation Guardian after nearly 500 students and staffers have tested positive in the last 3 weeks with COVID. Here is their strategy with Isaiah Uggan.
Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez admits Omicron is taking its toll.
We are doing our best right now to just withstand this latest surge in cases due to COVID-19.
According to GDOE, as of January 26, 394 students and 98 employees have contracted COVID since January 3rd.
But it is affecting us at the school level. So over the last week, actually a couple of weeks already, we've been deploying a lot of our central office staff out to schools on a daily basis, just based on need, based on the number of faculty and staff who might be, in isolation due to a positivity, or who are quarantining due to contact tracing and need to get tested. So we're doing, what we can to keep in operation, because we do want our kids to have opportunity to go to school.
Operation Guardian aims to be a short-term measure to assist schools in dealing with the surge. Every morning, schools are requested to submit information regarding the number of staff needed to assist on campus, and central office staff members are then deployed to those schools as requested. At least 14 schools have already requested assistance. If the situation worsens, the contingency plan would be able to shift 1 or 2 schools to remote learning and then move the staff from those schools to other schools in need of support. In this way, according to GDOE, they would have a targeted approach that would avoid disrupting any of the other schools that can remain in operation.
Thanks so much, Isaiah. Daniel Perez has our next story as the COVID treatment that comes in pill form. You heard Dr. Peter Lombard earlier a few moments ago talking about that treatment. It could be ready for administration in a matter of days. Daniel talked with Dr. Nathaniel Berg, the head of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group, about this plan.
We're nearly completely done with developing a protocol for dispensing the oral medications. That an email will be going to all of the prescribing healthcare providers, detailing the current advisories from the FDA regarding the 2 different oral medications. We have.
According to PAG Chair Dr. Nathaniel Berg, the 2 antiviral pills, Paxlovid and Molnupiravir, to treat high-risk COVID patients could be available as early as Friday. The oral antiviral therapeutics have received EUA for the treatment of non-hospitalized symptomatic COVID-19 patients who do not require supplemental oxygen and who are at high risk for progression to severe COVID-19. Patients must start treatment within 5 days of system onset. Dr. Berg adds that although Paxlovid is effective against Omicron, there will be some residents that won't be able to take it.
With Paxlovid, if you have serious kidney problems, then you cannot take it, for example. If you have serious liver conditions, then you cannot take it. People on dialysis cannot take it. There are other things, like most medications, or I should say like many medications, there are interactions with other medications that have to be taken into consideration. There are, as you mentioned, comorbid conditions that need to be taken into consideration. In this case, one that you mentioned is significant renal impairment.
Children 12 years and older are eligible to take the Paxlovid pills. Dr. Berg further confirmed that the island currently has 1,200 Paxlovid pills that can be used to treat 80 patients. Each treatment is a total of 15 pills, 3 per day, for 5 days. As for the molnupiravir, the island has enough to treat 232 patients. It is less effective than Paxlovid. However, for patients who are not candidates for Paxlovid, it is an alternative treatment consideration. Ultimately, according to Dr. Berg, it will be up to your primary physician to determine eligibility. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Public policy remains in effect that authorizes Guam to adopt its own constitution, with which would replace the Organic Act. That was a finding of a Congressional Research Service announced yesterday by Guam's congressional delegate, Michael Sinicolas. Nestor Lecanto was part of a rather intriguing live stream and has this report.
It was more than 44 years ago that Guam held a constitutional convention which crafted a proposed constitution. And the law that enabled that in 1977 is still valid, says Congressman Sinicolas. He says he requested the report seeking clarity on a renewed effort to pass a constitution, even though he's not sure if the people of Guam have the appetite right now to replace the 1950 Organic Act.
I think is a timely conversation. I think that our people right now are also very concerned about their short-term challenges. But I believe that a bigger conversation about a constitution and a governing document and how it's going to make sure that we're not going to have these kind of challenging circumstances in the future, I think that that's definitely something that we can tie in together.
The document produced by the 1977 Constitutional Convention was ultimately rejected by Guam's voters, in large part because of concerns over mutual consent and self-determination. Those same concerns were raised again during the congressman's briefing, but he disagrees that the question over political self-determination should precede a new constitution.
I think that having a constitution actually would give us the foundation and the baseline for any kind of self-determination to really have some firm footing to stand on. Because otherwise, there's just a lot of what ifs. You know, what happens after self-determination, and then we decide, how to structure our government after that.
He also disagrees that a new constitution would presuppose a step toward closer ties with the United States, one of the options of self-determination. Meanwhile, the new effort would follow the same process as 1977. Convention delegates would be elected to draft the Constitution, which would have to be, among other things, consistent with the sovereignty of the United States. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Points for bringing you the Link headlines each and every day here on the show. Now, here's Uncle King Concepcion with your news in Chamorro.
Buenos updates to get suntubikunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mataki na ataka untauto ni Mdangkalun Machati. Masuseris tigi sa hagat gi Metkulis. Ibiktima sa kumikantos ng Palawan ani matu si Matthew Salas dis maybe honest na edad. Zaatay tauto ni Matitanya. Da sangani na timalago si nananabia na paro fatugatu guihi. Testifinen na biyahi no grakinan tradisi kontra ilay para si Salas. Gagi si Salas gi probation. Gilami kasi otro na kausa. Zamordin na mga no patsa at mampekno siya na atmas. Mataki ni aggravated assault and violation of a court order. Masasunto Imagahaga Guam, si Luliang Guerrero dyan ni CNMI na gobyerno Ralph Torres sa Mansao na Luki dyan ni todo siya gobyerno gin ni teritoryo ng Estados Unidos. Para fan testigo gigi U.S. Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources gidaw uno gi Febrero 2022 gilas 3 Gitaluani Eastern Standard Time gita Washington D.C. Iparamatsogo este na hearing sa Parmaigzima iestaw teritoryo siya. Si Senador Joe Manchin ni gizaw miluli di komiteya Zanuno na kami gas gina komiteya si Senator John Barrasso sa siyafinin na mengwentos para mababay hearing. Segundo ni Public Information Officer si Brianna Hunter, gin ni CNMI si Gobyerno Ralph Torres sa pito mistigo yun si internet. Ma-report lo ni KUM na guys Leon Guerrero gida San Francisco. Gigi meeting ni Region 9 anti Johanno gati gi DC. Proposano gigi NGA winter meeting. Distidia 18 stadia 31 gi Enero. Otro mas artikulo Administrasyon Leon Guerrero Tenorio, dakalan malik sa nintinya para di Eagles Field na lugar giza Mangilaw, ni Sina man sedbi para mahat sa di Medical Campus. Segundo gobyerno Judge Tenorio, asangan at Sina mas matawagi para ST. I-Joint Region Marianas na Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson ang konfirma na uno na team gini US Missile Defense Agency sa manggaya ginamagigizagohan mas pipya lugar para di sandangkalo na Missile Defense ng sistema. Uno wihin na lugar ni maatan sa di Eagles Field giza Mangilaw. Antit yung maazi ki Eagles Field, administrasyon sa maatan ni za Adakaw, nusina para mahat sa di Nuevo na Medical Campus. Yuto mo na suntog ifinot sa Moro para pago na bednes gini KUAM News. Sana tanang yung pananaw gati Guam Memorial na Hospital sa mafamamalikat di emergency room para manamas adelanto. At man malangon siya ni manahan para emergency room. Sa sempe mag-experiensya, otro na klase ni nanong gati gi hospital. Iman malangon sa sempe mamarafin na nagigi security checkpoint da sempe igwat di agwihi man sa nangan para manugato siya. These screening spaces sa estama designated zaman malangon sa sempe umaadmiti distiadzo. I-Blue Med 10 gizong emergency room sa mabababa da sempe asadbi patient care na lugar kung manisisita. I-ambulance yes para manasabi di drop-off area dyan na hallway at di emergency room. Estinatoto sa sempe manafunatan dito mo na Febrero na mes. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinot sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Pamilyan Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and MoneyMap that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KOAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Tell me all the things that I wanna hear. Just to open my closed mind, show me the fortune I couldn't find. Would you bring me sights to see and reveal the light that's surrounding me? You make me shine in my darkest time while pulling the nights out of my eyes. I said, oh, come, oh.
Hey, good morning, KUM TV, Facebook Live. Good morning. We did get some numbers here for the census at the isolation facility. They have 60 people in the isolation facility at the Bayview Hotel occupying 40 rooms. They have a capacity of 150 rooms there, and then the reason why there are 40 people in 60 rooms is because there are some families who are rooming together.
Sure. So, like, if a young child tests positive, and, obviously you need to be under the care of your parents, then, they would all... Are we...
Oh, yeah. Also, I got some info from Inalon, the public testing down here at... one of my cousins works for the mayor.
And I was just mentioning that, yeah.
Yeah, and she said that she spoke to Inalon Public Health. There are no available appointments for today or tomorrow, but if you have symptoms and are trying to do a walk-in, it's drive-through for testing. It's on case-by-case basis, and also while supplies last, they also say that Eventbrite doesn't have slots for next week yet either at Inalahan Public Health Testing. Good morning. Let's go ahead and get into the KUAM News Link Zoom room where we have the Minority Report with Senator Chris Duenas. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning to you, Chris and Jason, and definitely to Bree. Welcome back. So nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, the minority in the legislature comprised of the Republicans, and there was a release, Senator, that came out from the Republican Party of Guam just this morning, and this is relative to the, well, I think that it was our story that kind of set this whole thing in motion, is we did a story on the Vice Speaker Tina Munia-Barnes and her 6-month absence from legislative duty. I think it started with an off-island notice in July of last year and continues until today. I know that she had left to care for an immediate family member and then was involved in a car accident. But there was an email that was sent around to all the colleagues basically saying, hey, what's up with the Vice Speaker? We haven't heard anything. We had your colleague, Senator Tello-Taitigui. She said, we're in the dark as well. We don't know where she is. She doesn't show up for public hearings. She hasn't voted. We're just in the dark. And so when we came out with this story, I think it kind of accelerated whatever plans the Vice Speaker had to get back to work. And she was actually in the Zoom yesterday for Congressman Mike San Nicolas's press conference. But all that being said, the Republican Party of Guam did come out with this statement. Republican Party of Guam extends prayers and well wishes to the Vice Speaker. The Republican Party of Guam extends our prayers and wishes for a speedy recovery to Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munia-Barnes and the family members she accompanied off-island for medical treatment. As a culturally close-knit community during such dire times, politics must be put aside and replaced with collegiality, humility, and humanity. We're an island community deeply rooted in respect and concern for each other. The issues which the Vice Speaker and her family face today mirror the realities of what so many of our families endure almost daily. Our people must continue to press for an improvement in our healthcare system, inclusive of striving for more support for our veterans. There's a time and place for a healthy debate on the issues, policies, and politics, but that time should never collide with the timeline of when one is facing a medical emergency recovery. End of statement. I almost thought I was reading a Democrat Party statement, Senator, but did you have a comment on that? Because I know that with Senator Joanne Brown was on here yesterday, and she was basically saying, Vice, if you got to take care of your family, you should do that. But obviously, there's an obligation to serve the people of Guam here, and I think the people would totally understand if you were to step down to focus on what's more, the most important thing in your life. Senator Tello-Taitigui was the first one to kind of make noise about this. So when I read this Republican Party release, it kind of seems like more of this GOP friendly fire shooting at people in their own party. But that's just me.
Well, Chris, first of all, as we discussed in the last meeting, one of my jobs is to recruit, right? So I noticed you took out a packet, so I'm recruiting you to run as a Republican.
Senator, can I just say that in order to get this packet and to go through this every year, I always get the packet because I want to see what's in it, but they make you sign for the packet. And so when you sign for the packet, these knucklehead media all around the island, they're like, oh, you're going to pick up a packet. But really, I picked up a packet to pick up a packet to see what's in it. And so, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not dodging here, Chris, but I really do. If you do make a decision, please join us. The thing is that I think that the Republican release is basically a representative of representation of who we are, right? I mean, that's clear in the release. I think that certainly there's always going to be a political angle, to this discussion. I think sincerely we all have to account for our time in the legislature and our service to the people. So, but I think though that that the statement in and of itself, I don't necessarily believe that it's friendly fire. I think it's representative of who we are, and I think that for other senators to have expressed their concern, depending on the manner and the way that concern has been expressed, that really is what it comes down to. We have a duty. We have a duty that we swore to the people of Guam for service. And if something else takes us away from that, we also have a duty to make a decision. But I do think in this situation in particular, we do realize that one of the biggest problems we have on Guam, and we've had throughout Guam's history, is the level of services and medical care that we can receive here. And for many of us that have a situation whereby you need very, very serious treatment regimens, dealing with cancer, dealing with severe renal disease, the list goes on, right? It's just not available on Guam. But that having said that, decisions need to be made. I think as long as we have a healthy discussion and a respectful discussion, we're in good shape. And I think that release, once again, just reflects who we are as a community.
Okay. So we had Senator Joanne Brown. I mean, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying, but I don't feel like we should be guilt tripped for talking about this. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what's going on, right? And I feel for the Vice Speaker, and I of course I do, right? But the only reason why we even started talking about this is because the public started talking about it. And when they kind of, in this release, I see that they're using the state of our healthcare system as a justification for the Vice Speaker's absence, when I think it's interesting that the Vice Speaker and politicians like yourselves and the ones who crafted this release have been in a situation where they have been able to do things for our healthcare system, but they just haven't gotten done. So I don't know. I mean, I just feel like we can have this conversation about whether or not it's okay for a sitting senator to miss 25% of their term or not. Right? Because any other person out there who did the same thing probably would be out of a job or out of leave or whatever. And that's where I'm coming from. It's like I think that there has to be a kind of a sense of equality. And I would just say that, if we didn't do this story, we still wouldn't know anything. They wouldn't have come out with a statement if we didn't start asking. And we only started asking because people wanted to know.
I don't think that anything that you said is wrong, and I don't quibble with it. And I do agree that the conversation is not, particularly off limits. I think what you just said and how you said it was exactly right. How we have that conversation. Is it political in nature, or is it something whereby it's just straight up concern? And I want to be very clear here, and maybe this is an opportunity for the people of Guam to kind of understand, where and why their vote matters and what they take into consideration, right? This is literally true of the legislature. The only obligation you have as a senator when you're elected is to basically show up for inauguration. You can go home and watch TV and sleep for the rest of the term. And there's absolutely nothing in law that anybody can do about it. But the ramifications are the people at the ballot box, should you choose to run again, in terms of how they evaluate your report card and what you have done or not done in terms of how they view it, right? So that is the true responsibility and the way that the legislature is set up by our Organic Act and the laws of Guam. So, the reality is that this discussion is not off limits. It's the tone and tenor of the discussion that I think is important. And I don't think it's an excuse. I think it's a reality that some families face this situation. And so whatever it is, that becomes down to the individual senator, right? There is a decision that takes place at some point and at some time. And that has to rest with the senator and their office.
How about this LEAP 2.0? We had Mary Rhodes, GHRA, on, and she was talking about a lot of these self-imposed closures. And I think there's a couple different reasons. Some it's because people at the businesses are testing positive, or they have close contacts, and then they've got to, isolate or whatever. So it's that, and then also she's saying there's such a downturn, like with restaurants, with people eating out and doing takeout. So some of these businesses are also just kind of shuttering up because I guess they're losing money, right? And so she talked about Leap 2.0. I think we coined it here, but
yeah, that discussion need to begin.
Yeah, it's just been such a dynamic show today, Chris and Bree and Jason. I've been listening all along, and wow, if you go to what Mary Rhodes, and I'd like to talk a little bit about what Dr. Lombard had to say as well, but if you look at what Mary Rhodes had to say, it's exactly right in terms of what's happening in the community. And if you go back to the tape in the last show when we were talking about this stuff, Chris, my tempered exuberance for all of this money that we have in excess of collections, in the last fiscal year and this current fiscal year has always said, let's see what happens in February and in the second quarter. And I think that that's where we are now. You see a lot of slowdown because of the fact that, staffing issues at our businesses. But I think you really, really have a serious contraction in terms of spending power. Now, when the league was first envisioned, actually, it was a bipartisan caucus that came together when particularly the tourism industry came to several senators, and we had meetings, and we actually drafted a resolution. Our original ask, Chris and Bree, was between $60 to $75 million. And we knew that there was still some money in reserve at GIDA from the current program that they were running. So if you went 75 million plus possibly 12 to 25 million, we were thinking there would be up to 90 million that would probably be needed to levelize this out, beyond what was being proposed. And so the governor, committed to 25 million, asked the legislature to match that. We have always believed that it should basically come straight away from ARP, but we did our part. And we passed the bill to basically, allow for the current revenues that are tracking in excess to cover that. But I do believe there's going to be a need to put additional revenue into this program. And I think, what we also did, Chris and Bree, was we asked, GIDA when we were in the committee of the whole, hey, you've already got the 25 million from the governor and some leftovers from what you had before. What are you doing? And the answer was, well, we don't want to get anything started and have, false promises and how we can fund this program going forward. We asked them, do it now, get it established, because it will establish a benchmark for how we vet the business's qualifications and what's really needed. And so as far as I'm concerned, and many I think of our colleagues are concerned, we can go back and now use the data of the first 12 to 13 million that has been issued, see how the vetting of the businesses and what businesses have demonstrated the true need, and then go forward. But I honestly believe we're going to need more money for this program, and it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm. So who's going to call the governor?
Well, I guess I could get together with the speaker. We can get on the line. Maybe we'll have more luck with the acting governor right now. We should probably do it right away because, maybe we should go see Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, acting governor. But certainly, I think that the clarion call, if you will, has been put out by, I think, one of the most successful individuals in Mary Rhodes at that position that she holds with the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association. And also in conversation with the Chamber of Commerce, Bree, we do have periodic meetings, that they have called on us from time to time to meet with them, kind of to, get an update of what the economic picture looks like. And it's very consistent. If you look at what the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association is asking for and the Chamber of Commerce, another thing, I'll put it on the table, right, Bree? We continue to have this 5% GRT. That's hurting companies, but it's obvious also when you see the numbers. Let's just go by the numbers, right? When you see the numbers in tracking 64 million from last year and 50 some odd million this year, and it was always said that the 1% represents about 60 million. It appears as though that collection rate continues to be really padded by the fact that there's the 1% GRT, but it's also extracting a lot of money out of the private sector. So we really have to be fair, right? So if we're going to continue down that road and we have this piggy bank of federal dollars to help businesses, to help employees, to help the private sector, and we're going to continue to not reduce the BPT to 4%, well, then we need to be just as equally, nimble to respond to the fact that we can't allow these businesses to go under while we have, still close to several $100 million in the bank and also continuing to collect at a rate of 5% GRT.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? But like you said, when do we call the governor? I don't know. When do the people get outraged enough to tell us to call the governor? Not just to tell us to call the governor, but to tell the governor to work with us, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean, we're going to see it. Some of us have predicted it. February, March, April, May, the current variant, the sputtering, reacceleration of tourism. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get through this second, quarter of the fiscal year, and you're going to, at some point, with the contraction that we're feeling right now. Also, we are probably 10 times on the level of supply chain and issues with regard to inflation than even this. The United States of America is going crazy right now over inflation. It is absolutely the debate of the day. If you go with the top three, I consume a lot of national news. You've got the inflation, you've got the border crisis, you've got violence, you got Ukraine. But the truth is inflation's still at the top, because people, even in the greatest country in the world with the hugest economy, with all kinds of federal bailouts, people are absolutely outraged at the price of the pump, groceries, cost of living. Imagine what that is here. I mean, we will know it already, right? Put on top of that the fact that our key industry is down. So it's not going to be long before, whether the speaker and I and, the majority, minority, or all 15 members pick up the phone and say, hey, Gov, this is getting serious and we need to respond and work closer with the private sector. I think that we're going to have enough prodding and should, be in front of it to go do that, because I think the people are going to, speak very loudly and are speaking loudly even now. What are you going to say when the governor says, Dally, I just gave you guys 75 or 50 million? Well, the thing is that I don't think it's, yes, we are 15 members, representative body elected by the people, to say, what we got to say. But what we're going to say to the governor is, Dally, the Chamber of Commerce has been saying this 5% is so regressive and so difficult on the people of Guam. And also, Dally, because, okay, we're going to put, 6,000 or 8,000 more people on the streets if we don't get this subsidy to keep our doors open. And triple Dally, if our tourism businesses go away, and we're so excited about 6 to 8 months from now, we have enough therapeutics, we have herd immunity, our source markets are wanting to come here, and they're going to come here to sit in a beautiful hotel room, go to the beach, probably have to buy their 12-pack from the store because there's not enough staff to, supply to wait on them, and there's not enough businesses to go out and have fun. So double crash, right? I mean, in terms of, if you don't have the businesses here, what's tourism? So I think it's one of these things to where, the governor can if that's the response, can clap back. But the fact of the matter is, I think that our information is going to be reflective of what the business community, the tourism community, and the people at large are telling us.
Triple Dally, I like that. I'm gonna hashtag that. Bree, do you have anything else?
You guys always bring out the best in me.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you had a chance to look at that, the monthly report by BBMR on the allocation and expenditure of ARP money, and this is as of December 31st.
I didn't see the latest. I saw the prior one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if you had a chance.
That was the one. That was the one from the 31st. That a lot of us have been really clamoring that there's just so much lack of detail in that report, and it really is so vague that I think hopefully there will be a marked improvement in the report coming out in January. But in that report, I got to say that nobody walked away with a sense that that was a complete and accurate report in terms of expenditures. Probably that, Bree, you're correct. Probably that's the direction to go in terms of the real conversation about evaluating that next report and saying, Governor, do you really think this is, first of all, detailed enough? Right. And do you really think that this is reflective of what's going on going forward? I mean, let's just put it on the table, right? I mean, the big bomb has been dropped already in terms of the possibility of, Eagles Field and being the medical complex going forward. That literally and even the contingency plans, you guys. I mean, if you've seen the contingency plans, right? I mean, they're in all of the contingency plans with other locations. They have this, with the exception of Oka Point, there is hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure needed to be able to even start to break ground on a hospital, let alone a complex. So I think that we can probably say to ourselves safely now that even just the potential of going to market within this year is just off the table, which would even mean that $35 million that we've set aside of reimbursement from EITC is probably going to be available for appropriation in this fiscal year. So yeah, Bree, I think that should probably be our working document now. I'm glad the legislature had the wisdom to call for that report. And that, I think you're exactly right. That should be the working document going forward of seeing if that expenditures and the plan as it continues to go forward is reflective of what's needed in the community. I mentioned the issue of the hospital because truthfully, as wonderful as it sounds to say that I'm going to put aside $220 million, to defray the expenditure on the hospital, I don't know that that's reality and in touch with what is going to be the reality in the coming weeks, months, and quarters ahead. Yeah. So that's another pot of money that I believe is on the table. And I believe to take it off the table and to continue to pretend like we don't use that ARP for something else that we need in our community, like supporting our businesses and making sure that we can help our residents, I think is a much bigger thing to do with that pot of money right now. And also to take care of the hospital we have. Let's make sure that we're properly doing all our contingencies, right? Make sure we're up to date on all of the improvements we need to keep that hospital going. Because, Chris and Bree, I think you can agree with me on this. We're years and years away from a new hospital.
Yeah. Senator, just going back to this reporting the ARP. So did you and your colleagues, this is a requirement that you inserted into the budget bill that was signed into law, right? I mean, am I wrong, or did they just report? Okay. So did you guys, when you put this in the budget bill, you didn't write how detailed you want the report to be?
That budget bill is such a voluminous document, and that amendment passed in the end of the budget and the miscellaneous provisions. So yeah, that could be on us as well. We may have to go back. A lot of things are passed in good faith.
I know.
Just like when we asked for the recordation or the accountability for emergency expenditures. And we got this, 300-page document of sideways documents, upside down, no particular rhyme, no reason. Multiple vendors on multiple pages instead of this vendor, got $30 million, you know, $1 million on this page, $1 million on this page. I mean, you know, we can be prescriptive, and we might need to be. I think we did that in good faith, hoping that the report would be detailed enough that your average citizen, whom really is the owner of the money, could read it.
Good faith, yeah, that's a laugh.
I mean, when you look at it, and this is just from December 31st, it's 569.9 million, right? 139.2.4 was expended. So we have a balance of 424.2 million.
Right.
That hasn't been spent.
Right.
That's correct. I think that.
And we got this when?
We got it in May, right?
Wow.
May of last year. Yeah.
Right. And really, I mean, you just go back to the fact that it was the legislature, you know, that put out a plan and at least a framework, you know, up almost 8 months before we ever even heard a peep of the first, you know, kind of leaking out of the funding, you know, to basically a starving island, right? I mean, we don't even have to remind ourselves of the KUAM on-site reporting of the opening up of the application for the RISE Act.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have kept that, and you know that was indicative at that point. And what we were fighting about was, hey, you know, tell the people of Guam that you forget about the cap. You know what I mean? You have ARP money, you have money in the bank, and let's not pretend we have to do this, right? So there's a lot of things along the line with this ARP funding, you know, that haven't been, you know, disclosed to the people, I think, in a way that shows that there's proper ministerial operations going over these funds. And you know, and also, if you look at the report, Bree, and hopefully the next report will analyze it, even as general as it is, you know, there may be some picking and choosing here, you know, and then that's where the people of Guam want to see, you know, are there friends, or is this the, you know, the general population that's going to be able to have a line up at the fiesta table?
Thank you, Senator, for your time.
Hey, great report by Lombard. I'm gonna go on the YouTube to check that out. He's really been, you know, I tell you, when you got the different doctors that you guys put on, it's really amazing how we can all get the balanced point of view, right? Because I don't look at when a doctor says something to make a case. I look at when the doctors say something to make a plan. Right? I mean, so if you have Lombard way over here, you know, where he's saying, hey, you know, don't take off your shutters, keep them up, you know what I mean? And then you have other perspectives where it's like, hey, you know, it's condition 4, let's go party. You know, it really is nice to have those balanced of the doctors in the middle.
Are you talking about Dr. Berg? Just say it. You're talking about Dr. Berg.
No, I'm talking about, you know, I don't have the credentials. I don't have a white coat.
Of course.
So I have an opinion, but even when I listen to doctors, I don't have the ability, even as a lawmaker, to analyze, you know, from a medical perspective, what the plan should be. So I just love hearing it from various wide-ranging points of view in order to say, hey, you know, let's drill this down and come up with reasonable policies going forward, you know, to make decisions. And, you know, I just, in closing, I still see people in their car all by themselves with their mask on, or out there walking out in the public with their mask on. I'm saying this not to say, why are you doing that? I'm saying this to say, I'm so proud of our community, because I don't think we need to be told to social distance most of the time, and we don't need to be told to wear our mask. I think most of us are like, hey, I want to protect myself and my family. And so I just hope we all can continue to say that as a community. You know, we may have our wide-ranging views, but please, everybody, let's at least continue to respect the fact that we can do as much prevention as possible.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
I felt a little attacked there, but I'm just going to say that sometimes I get so used to wearing the mask that I forget I have it on. And then I go in the car and I'm driving around by myself in the car with the mask on. And you do get those looks, right? And people are like, hey, man, you know you're by yourself? But okay, so that's why. It's 9:08. Yeah, so what he was talking about with the doctors, right? You have Dr. Berg, who said, with a little luck, February 1st, surge is over. Oh, it's not going to happen. And then you've got Dr. Hoa, who I feel is just very reasonable, cautious. And then you got Dr. Lombard, who really presents the data, right? And he made the case this morning that it's just going to be one thing after another, pretty much. After this Omicron, there's an Omicron 2.0, and he's saying that we're at the peak or near the peak of this Omicron surge. And so February 1st, not going to happen. 9:09, we got to take a quick break, but we are going up to the CNMI with Tomas Manglotnya. Tomas, what do we need to get into the CNMI again?
You got to fill out the mandatory health declaration form.
Good.
Just go to Stay Safe CNMI website, and you'll find all the.
Okay, we've got Governor Ralph Torres of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands coming up next right here on The Link. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and
KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Pizza Hut's stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&E and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
Hey, wow, Defuntu, Jonik Faji by Hanau Tutti. 9:12, it is Friday. Friday, woohoo, business! January 28th, yeah, still January, almost there though. Tomas Manglotnya, our regional correspondent, just really great coverage of everything that's going on in the CNMI, from the spread of the COVID-19 virus to the spread of the political drama. I think the spread of the political drama might be worse than the COVID right now. But we're going to turn it over for this next interview to Tomas. Good morning, Tomas, and thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning, Guam CNMI. Good morning, Governor Ralph Torres. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to The Link. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Nafade at Tiro.
And so I'm sure this is the first time we're getting a chance to speak with you after the news of of the impeachment by the House of Representatives. You are now the second governor in CNMI history to be impeached by the House. What's your comment? And given that it's been a few days, weeks now since that has happened, how have things impacted also the work at your at the government?
Well, for my work, it doesn't impact anything. I knew that that's their priority, and so just looking at the way they did things, again, they may not be happy of what I purchased, but definitely nothing's illegal in that matter. And if you look at all their claims, why did they give me $75,000 for my operation, my official representation? So for everybody that's listening, they go out there and they make a big issue about my purchases, but then during budget, they give me again $75,000. Gary Camacho, CUC, went on testified and said that the government did not pay a penny on any of my private accounts. Yet they put that on one of the articles. So I know that it's strictly political. And so therefore, what I do, it doesn't change on my priorities here in CNMI. I continue to make sure that the retirees get their pension, their 100%, and make sure that, for example, look at the bonus. I offered the retirees first to get their bonus over the holidays, and yet the leadership ignored it. And up to now, the retirees haven't gotten their bonuses. So you can see that their priorities is not the retirees nor the community. Their priority is to just find something and to impeach me. So again, I know what I've done. Go back to my trip to the Northern Islands with Dear Meat for Dinner. We brought over 25, 30 million views here in the CNMI. What have they done? What have they done to promote the CNMI? Either any of them, please come out and say, I have done this to promote the CNMI, and this is the traction I got to promote CNMI. Second, Thomas, all of you know that here in the CNMI, when pandemic came in, I was the one on forefront with Gar, Patrick Guerrero, Warren Villagomez, Task Force, Esther Muña, the doctors, nurses. I mean, I can go on and on the first meeting we held at World Resort. The first letter that I wrote to the president, asking him to shut down our airport. First PPEs that we purchased, ventilators. Every flight that came in on the airport, on our cargo, who was there? I was there. None of those that talked was even close, remotely close, or even offered any help or assistance. They were nowhere to be found. And is that type of leader you want? And for them to say that I left my people, I mean, come on, be realistic. We've broken every record on pandemic, on how safe CNMI was, and yet they don't acknowledge that.
You are again the second governor to be impeached. I've had the chance to interview you when you were in the Senate, and also when you were sworn in as lieutenant governor. What's your reflection on that? Did you imagine yourself to be found in this position when you first started? I can't imagine that you did.
No, I mean, I don't think any governor would imagine that they'll be impeached, right? I mean, that's the reality. But looking at their priorities, it's strictly political. So they've taken all my documents, yet they act like they're judges and they're lawyers and arbitrarily decide that I violated certain things when in reality I haven't.
And Governor, I'm sure you've seen the articles, and we've covered your video responses to the specific allegations, especially when it comes to the boat trips and the utility costs. I just wanted to run some of the figures by you. So they charge you with excess of $177,000 in taxpayer-funded utility benefits, $16,000 of CNMI taxpayer-funded public funds for airfare, stipend, and lodging to attend political campaign events in one case. They even here note $399 breakfast in Washington, D.C. And so if they're basing their allegations based on documents that are black and white, what is your response then? Are they looking at, or what? Where did they come up with this?
No, I mean, those purchases done are those. So where does 177,000? Where did they go? Right? So if Gary Camacho came out and said, as the director, that I didn't benefit, I didn't do anything wrong, or the government didn't pay anything more than what I used, and that it was fixed, whatever that issue is, it was fixed. So if you subpoena Gary Camacho as the executive director and says that claim that the government did not pay a penny more than what I used, then what is their claim? They're not satisfied with that? So why subpoena Gary Camacho? I thought this whole thing is to clarify that. So if you, again, brought in the executive director to ask questions, he clearly says the government did not pay anything more than what the governor uses, and any other accounts has been rectified. Why is that part of the articles of impeachment? Second, on my trips to DC, all the lunch or breakfast or whatever it is, that was done through official representation to represent CNMI when I go out there and I meet with either consultants, firms to assist on the issues here. Thomas, my whole trip, I don't enjoy going to DC. I mean, that's a 38, 40-hour trip, but I have to go there to represent where there's 902 talk, where there's to lobby for our CW, or any other federal issues that we have here.
And Governor, some of these charges have been characterized as you living a lavish, luxurious lifestyle while you're governor as the top executive. Would you agree with that classification? Have you been living a luxurious, lavish lifestyle as the top executive?
I don't think so. I live just the way I do. On those trips that I've taken, I believe that I've taken it in the best interest of the CNMI. Look at one of the dinner that they make an issue. After Typhoon U2, there was 4 or 5 companies out of Guam that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars contributing, donating, 4 or 5 40-foot containers. Imagine the volunteer that has happened out of Guam, the soft heart, the good heart of people of Guam to contribute, to come down to help our brothers and sisters here on our island. And that one evening, they asked me to have dinner with them. And I say, you know what? This is a dinner. Let the government pay for this. And yet they make an issue about that. Is that how we treat our brothers and sisters after helping contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars? So again, you look at that picture, Thomas, and how they portray that. They don't say thank you, all the companies, all those volunteers, and for what, this one dinner. But yet, it's lavish.
And Governor, I wanted to ask you, you said that nothing you've done is illegal. Do you believe anything you've done in these charges are perhaps unethical?
I don't think so. I mean, like again, purchases, was purchases made? Yes. Was it given to the department? Yes. Or different entities? Thomas, I was in Guam, I was in Hawaii on medical referral. I purchased I believe 7 or 8 computers. On my own money, I purchased it because the computers, there's been, over 10 years. And I came back here and I reimbursed it. So, I mean, those purchases that I've made all kinds of different purchases. The gun, for example, gun case. I purchased that gun case and I gave it to the Department of Public Work, DPS. One of the burners there with the dry foods. I gave it to public safety, boating safety. They didn't ask where that came from. So if I was to purchase and give it to the departments, is that unethical?
And Governor, I just also wanted to ask you about the contempt charge that the committee brought forward, in which you, through your counsel, filed a lawsuit. Timothy Bellis, a former judge, is now presiding over that. What's the latest with that, and are you still moving forward with the lawsuit, given that the impeachment already happened?
Well, yes, because there's a point here, Thomas. There's a very critical and important statement here that there's a separate branch of government, and I've said this in the legislature. If you invite me to come in, I would come in, but yet they subpoena me when they don't have the subpoena power to subpoena a governor to come in. Let alone those within the office. So it is important that we don't set a wrong precedent on the governor's position. Not just the governor, that's not me personally, but the position itself needs to be protected.
And before we ask you about the election year that we're in right now, I did want to ask you about the Senate process for the impeachment trial. We know that your running mate, Senator Vinny Sablan, is also a sitting senator who will be one of the 9 who will ultimately also vote to convict or not in the Senate. You've said that you trust that you're going to receive a fair process there. Many people say that it's unlikely because it is a Republican-led Senate. What's your comment on how things might play out in the Senate, and have you talked to any of the senators about it?
No, I mean I do talk to them, but not on this specific issue. So again, I know how I was treated in the House. Obviously, there was no fairness in that process. So I just know that I've been in the Senate. I've been part of that issue. And I do believe that the senators are very much fair, and they look at every articles and they'll address it accordingly.
And Governor, is it correct? We found in our reporting that you helped draft some of the Senate rules for the impeachment trial for Governor Fitiel in 2013. Obviously, that didn't happen because he resigned. And so the 2013 rules you crafted, would you support adopting those rules that you crafted for your impeachment trial? Because the Senate says that they would rather not see that happen.
No, because it's different. Every case is different. The issues that the former governor went through is different. And so I remember for us, again, we were going to try to set the right precedent, right foundation. And that didn't happen because former governor resigned. So it's important that they look at this impeachment and how it was done, and have the senators come up with their own rules and policies and regulation on how to address it.
And I did want to also ask you about the current COVID-19 response, and also how it has been impacting the CNMI economy. We've gotten the report of a $42 million deficit, given that ARPA is also at play, nearly $500 million. What's your strategy to address the current COVID surge? And then also, can the public expect to see specifics with regards to ARPA spending?
Well, so Thomas, again, with COVID, as you know, we've been very safe here in CNMI, and this is something that none of us can stop, and we know it was coming, and that's why we pushed so hard into having the community herd get vaccinated. So we are proud to say that we're about 98% here in the CNMI based on the last consensus. Unfortunately, we are, I think, at 24th death as of today, and we're about 4,000 positive cases. We hope that this would reduce, but we continue to talk to CEO and the task force how to address this. We've been changing our protocols, but ultimately, the end game here is to have everybody get vaccinated, and continue to practice the 3 Ws and stay home as much as you can.
And can you address concerns about sole source contracts? And I mean, I think I saw recently one of those sanitation of agencies that might have ties to one of your brothers with regards to getting paid thousands of dollars for sanitations. I think Jogo, and they're getting, at some point like 170, some thousands of dollars in amount for, days of work. Can you address those concerns?
Well, I think, Thomas, on that one, I think it's best to ask the task force or Homeland Security, those that actually did the contract, and those that actually go to the departments. Ask the departments that got services from them. Ask them how was their service, how was that service brought to their department. For me, again, services across, whether it's sanitation or any other services, if they do it right, then they do it right. If there's any question, then you have the Attorney General to look into it, OPA looks into it, and the department will sign on that behalf. So it doesn't matter whether it's Jogo or any other company. Did they do the service? Was the service satisfied? Was their billing done right? I mean, those are the questions that should be asked, not just who owns it.
And Governor, I did want to shift to the upcoming election that we've been reporting on extensively. We've had all the candidates and now yourself on the show. We did want to play part of our story from yesterday with Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios. So we just wanted to play that before we talk about the upcoming election. Here's that story.
It's Doris Palacios, and sometimes I cringe. It's Doris Palacios, and sometimes I cringe. Sometimes I cringe, like, what did I get myself into? Well,
Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios wearing regret on his sleeve, his name attached to his former running mate, Ralph Torres, who is the second governor in CNMI history to be impeached by the House of Representatives. Palacios says he often watched Torres' actions in office in dismay.
There are times when I tell the governor, hey, Love, I don't think you should do that. I think you should clear it with finance or even with the Attorney General's office. What am I going to do? Force him?
Palacios is now in full force, coming out swinging, serving a political 1-2 punch, launching his campaign for the executive seat with Saipan Mayor David Apatang after testifying before the legislative committee that brought the 6 articles of impeachment to the floor. His words in the House may bleed into the impending Senate impeachment trial.
I would not answer whether they should convict him. I think they should look at all. If anything, I believe that they should look at all the evidence.
Palacios shares speculation that the Republican-led Senate will not remove the governor from office. The ultimate referendum will perhaps be on Election Day in November. Tomas Meng.
Talk about Election Day in November, and your sitting Lieutenant Governor, Governor Torres. It's no secret that you've iced each other out in the administration, essentially. He said he cringes when he thinks about the Torres-Palacios ticket that was the original bid. What's your response to Palacios?
I'm not known to be throwing punches. And I'm amazed that he would come out like that. Again, I mean, he ran as a lieutenant governor once when he was a speaker. And I was a freshman in the House. Obviously, he lost. And then I got the opportunity to the Lady News to run as his lieutenant governor. And then it was my choosing to choose him as a lieutenant governor. If there's any cringes that supposed to have, it should be me. Obviously, all this progress. So in the first 2 years, everything has been fine, dandy. Everything's been good. Governor Torres, you've done a great job. Governor Torres, I echo your progress. We have done great here in the Torres Palacios administration. Then he decides to run. And when he decides to run, everything is bad. All the progress is now not a progress. all the roads that we've done. We're doing Route 36, the inner island between Bird Island and Kingfisher. That's not progress. So for him, I mean, I expect that. I mean, he's running. He wants my position. And so everybody knows in the cabinet, Tom, everybody knows I've always given him the respect every time on proclamations, in everything. And so there's not one person can say that I disrespected him in any matter. But this is the route that he chose. And that's not going to deter me from what I am chosen and voted for as a governor. And I will continue to be the governor until the community says otherwise. I will continue to protect our elderlies, continue to push for their full pension, continue to push bonuses if we can, continue to give opportunities to high school graduates, and to fight for economy, continue to build our relationship with our federal partners, our business communities here. And I will continue to do that. I am more committed to do that.
And talking about your campaign and your commitments, also your chief of staff and the GOP campaign chair Will Castro sharing with us yesterday the news of 400 people gathering for your Together Stronger headquarters opening. We're going to speak with the GOP President Candace Celis next week in terms of the road ahead. Given that you have some Republicans also in the legislature who are supporting the Palacios Apatang ticket and also the historic ticket of Sablan and Staffler, what is your strategy moving ahead for re-election? What do the next few months look like to ensure that your campaign is a successful one?
Thomas, thank you for asking that question. First, I'll continue to do what I've done to get elected here. I got here and continue to do how I got here, is to care for our people, continue to care for them, provide them opportunities, increase, get into our economy, and try to bring in as much tourists as we can. I mean, at the end of the day, we want the lifestyle to increase, protect the retirees again, and give opportunities to our younger generation. So I'll take the same action, same route that got me here from House, Senate, Lieutenant, and then governorship. It's the love of my people.
And what will your approach be if reelected or in the remainder of your term to address the really hard situation that people find themselves in? The federal funds are not limitless. What's your approach to spending, hiring, bringing back tourism in a way that makes sense, given that COVID doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon?
So Thomas, I'm actually happy that you asked that question, because since the pandemic came in, okay, we have been focusing on our Governance Economic Council of Advisor on what we should do while downtime is here. So we've been putting so many renovations to make CNMI a world-class destination. We have over 80, imagine this, over 80 companies, nonprofit organizations have signed an MOA with the Governance Economic Council for 5 years to designated areas of tourism, whether it's sidewalk, medium, or tourist sites. I mean, that's partnership. You've never heard that anywhere in the history of CNMI. So if you want to talk about somebody that's progressing in making sure that there is a strong foundation to bring back our economy through tourism, this is it. Look at the House Representative, for example. They cut down the MVA. You have a candidate that's running for governor. Cut down MVA budget. Now, how do you bring in tourism if you're cutting down MVA budget? So you're asking me how? This is it. We need to bring in our tourism. We need to go back and entice other countries to come in, whether Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Taiwan, but always make sure that we want to focus also on our Korean and our Japanese market. And if China opens anytime, then that's something that we should also look into. But right now, we're focusing on our Korean market, as well as our Japanese when they're ready, and new destinations. So we've been working really hard. Senator Vinny and I have been working hard with on this issue. We know that we don't have the population to sustain our economy, and that's why, first and foremost, we need to bring back our tourism industry.
And Governor, it's been I think a month since we thank you so much for coming on our show. But are you going to bring back your press conferences as well, the weekly press conferences?
Yeah, we'll be coming that next week.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Your message to the community during these times? It's both busy on the COVID end, but also on the political front.
Well, I would like to thank you and thank KUM for giving me this opportunity, and to everyone that's listening. You guys know, you don't change history, right? And I say that because during pandemic, all of you, the whole community, whether it's Guam or Sinamay, and I'm not one to go and say, I've done this, I've done that. But I do know that I care for my people. And I will do everything I can to be in the forefront on any disaster. And I've seen it, I've done it. So Dilor, Typhoon Mangkhut, Typhoon Yutu, and now the pandemic. I remember I would come home, my kids would be crying. Why? Why, Dad? You tell everybody to stay home, but yet you leave. Because I want to be out there with our first responders. I want them to know that their leader is right next to them, sacrificing, doing the hard work, not sitting down in the aircon, watching TV. And so, for the people, paramzo lokini manengkumuk, undang kuru na sisus masi ni tepun mizu, ni bendisyon mizu, zani gwinazan mizu. Zogogogo loki habzu punaizu, talus ti oportunidad. Bikontinua musedbi hamzu. Ji parewan para maneran famagonta inemlu, zanamzu lokini manritirao. Agas permeti hamzu na babi protei hamzu, zadisti pogu. Usudadai hamzu salapi mizu ni para disibi. 100% dan gua taruh di extra mizu bonus. Pues taruh undang khusus masih ni guna zan mizu, penesan mizu, bendisyon mizu dan lemas confiansan mizu no bohu. Dan digatsomo.
Thank you so much, Governor, and we hope to keep in touch and have you on our program more in the future.
All right, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, KUM.
All right, there you go. CNMI Governor Ralph Torres. Tomas, some of the takeaways?
It seems he's holding his ground, and continues to say to question all of the also other department heads and directors who have maybe created the atmosphere for all of this to come together as a perfect storm. Of course, coming off not just natural disasters for typhoons, but also the pandemic and this election year, which is charged given the also conflicts within his own administration. So,
right, seemed fired up. Definitely looked like he thought about what he was going to say and said it.
Yeah, and continues to say that all of the evidence that the committee gathered is misleading, and he looks forward to his Senate trial, which we'll know more about next Thursday. And we actually got a chance. It's streamed on our Facebook page. The press conference with Senate President Jude Hofschneider, who assigned a joint committee to review the rules and review the House resolution and the evidence and to create those rules. And we'll see what manifests out of that by next Thursday.
It was also interesting how he addressed the deer meat for a dinner thing, and how he said and defended it by saying that it brought a lot of eyes to the CNMI.
Right, and we've covered his response to each of the allegations throughout the last 2 years. We also did a whole 30-minute episode on Pacific Matters detailing all of this, everything we just laid out. So his responses were the same today with regards to how things were handled in his administration. He doesn't think he's lived a lavish, luxurious lifestyle on taxpayers' dime. He doesn't think he did anything illegal or unethical, and he's forging ahead with a new campaign for re-election for himself, and now his running mate, Senator Vinny Sablan, who, by the way, if he's listening or anyone else out there, we'd also invite him on the link. We've had
All
every
the
other
time, yeah.
candidate.
Yep.
And so, yes, no shortage of questions to ask, but we thank the governor for making time to be on the show.
You asked all the questions you wanted to ask?
There's always more questions.
Of course there is, right? But
always more
I think that, well, obviously these articles of impeachment aren't going to stick in the Senate, you said, right? Because it's mostly Republican. I mean, on paper.
Yeah, you need 6 votes in the Senate to convict and remove from office. There are 6 or 7, if you include the independent aligned Republican candidates, 7 of them.
Right.
Out of the 9, you need 2/3. So it's unlikely. You heard the Lieutenant Governor Arno Palacios say that yesterday, and as we said in the story, the ultimate referendum will probably be in November.
Right, and so if none of this stuff sticks at this in this trial setting, I think the conversation tone changes to not what has happened, but what these candidates want to happen for the NMI. And I think that, I got to say, when we had Representative Sablan and Representative Stavler on, I felt they were a little short on projecting their plans for the future. And like with these teams running against, they're all running against each other, but running against Governor Ralph Torres. Like I said, I'm not saying the impeachment ship has sailed yet, but by the time you get deep into the campaign season, if it's shot down to the Senate level, you got to wonder how much gravity talking about these things is going to have.
Right. I can't help but also see some parallels to some of the national stories. I mean, is this an election to vote out Governor Ralph Torres, or is this an election to vote in your candidate? So we'll see, what voters have to say. And the lots of people in the public comments section of the impeachment trial, of the impeachment vote in the House, we're also sharing how the representatives, some of them saying the representatives should just wait until Election Day and not go through with the House vote. But obviously that happened. But there are, folks who want ultimately, quote unquote, the people to decide.
We did have some comments here. Micah comments in, KUAM is the most fair and fact-based news network, bar none. Thank you so much, Micah. Jay Castro comments in, what have they done lately? Where's the Lieutenant Governor? Lately, you see campaigns on Luta rather than being the Lieutenant Governor of the CNMI. Has anyone called his office to see if he's in or working for the people? Hey, don't bash me. Just asking questions. Vincent Torres, continue taking the high road, Governor. Love you always. Carla, stay the course, Gov. Jay, Tina and Layla is campaigning to Rhoda now. Did they apply for leave? Just asking. Instead of drafting bills to improve our COVID situation, they're busy campaigning. Just saying. Ken Marianas, continue doing the good work, Gov. We are thankful. Roger comments in, stay focused, Governor. Don't stoop as low as Arnold. Keep up the great work in protecting our people. The governor's, is he the chief of staff? Will Castro?
Will Castro is the chief of staff and the GOP campaign chair.
Right. So he says the GOP platform will be rolled out soon. We'll certainly keep the public informed in the days and weeks ahead. Okay, so, and Richard comments, thank you, Governor. Flame emoji, hashtag that's my governor. Candace, awesome interview. Thank you, KUAM, Biba, Governor Torres. Geraldine Sablan also has some comments. Ken comments again, thank you, KUAM, for giving the Gov the opportunity to be heard. He deserves to be heard, too. Well, we've asked him to come on many times over the last few months, and I mean, we're glad that he did. And I think, maybe part of the reason for him waiting so long to come on was maybe he wanted to hear what everyone else had to say. So did you feel like you got some good responses to the questions you asked? Or just responses?
Those were the responses he gave. I don't know.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and we'll continue to ask those questions.
It's Friday, 9:47. Let's go ahead and do Feed Me Fridays, shall we? Yes, we're Victorious and I. Bree, you ready to start doing Feed Me Fridays again? Maybe a couple weeks, right? Yeah, take you out to lunch. Yes, it's Feed Me Fridays with Ruby Tuesday and Steakhouse Sensations with the One Micronesia podcast is Victorious, Falana, and I. Right here. We do it every Fridays, and you got it on the link. Oh, hold on. Where is it at? Oh, right here. Yes, it's Feed Me Fridays. Good morning.
It's Feed Me Fridays on the link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Fridays right here at Ruby Tuesday, where it's happy hour all day on Tuesdays, and we're here to sample to Taggy again the Steakhouse Sensations. Vic, my partner, thank you.
My brother, thank you so much.
You got it.
It was so funny because I was going to ask you what we're trying today. I'm like, just
Yeah,
by surprise.
I invited Vic to lunch today, and he had no idea we were having steak again. And it's a petite sirloin special. This is awesome. This is actually the house favorite here at Ruby Tuesday. We're talking to some of the staff. They love this petite sirloin. It's so cute, but look at it. It's big and fat and juicy.
And we went for medium rare, and I don't know. I mean,
medium rare, Vic. How are the ways that you enjoy your steak?
Medium rare.
You like a medium rare?
That's just how it is. I mean,
the closest to Kelligwin, the more I like it.
I mean, I guess when they serve you steak, when you want to just cut through and you just see that layer of just like nice cooked outside, but then inside you see that juicy. Oh my God!
Ooh boy, man! And of course, it comes with 2 sides. It's a great special. It's the petite sirloin special. It is a sirloin, a steak. And this is great for lunch, you know. You're not going to get bogged down, but you are going to get a whole lot of meaty goodness. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll trick to the eyes of many. It's like, oh, that's not a lot of steak.
It is.
I can just jam that in one
bite.
One bite, right?
Let's go. Let's try it.
But
what sides did you get?
I got the. I went with the original. The regular mashed potato.
And not the regular about it. It looks good.
Ain't nothing regular about this. But then the green beans, I went with the garlic ones. The garlic green beans, so
try it. Keep away the vampires.
Mm-hmm. Try it.
I got the classic loaded baked potato. Which,
why not?
Then I got some onion rings.
Bro, I'm gonna go, bro. I'm gonna cut this. I want to see how it looks like.
It also comes with some Texas toast.
Shall we?
Go for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
So tender. Wow.
What a juicy steak.
You know it's good when no one talks. But I always got to say something. This is awesome. Man. You know when you got a good cut of meat, you don't really have to do much to it. Look at that, it's juicy. Oh my God.
Nice, juicy. Oh. Like I said, don't let the size fool you. This will fill you up for the whole day, pretty much. Get some mashed potato.
Sorry. This is really just the best lunch I've had since the last lunch I had here at Ruby Tuesday. Vic, remember we had the Steakhouse Sensations? The filet sandwich, remember it? That was
that was another one. Oh my God.
So they got some great deals on the Steakhouse Sensations. They got the filet mignon 8 ounce. There's a 12 ounce ribeye. Top sirloin 8 ounces. A petite sirloin 6 ounce cut of meat. And they have the filet sandwich, of course. They come with 2 specialty sides, and then you can get your choice of toppers. And dressings and sauces like ranch.
Oh man. Let me try out that Texas toast. Texas garlic toast.
Yeah. And this steak, like I said, look, it's so juicy.
I know.
Let's go ahead and get it in some of that finadeni right there. Petite sirloin and finadeni. Oh man. Yeah. Vic, your steak is medium rare, so is mine.
Yep.
Look at that. It's beautiful.
Nice. Oh, that's it. That's the one. We did ask for finadeni and Denancy.
We did.
So
because
why
we're
not?
those guys. We're the two. Yep. Ask for Finedenny and Denancy.
And Denancy.
Bra.
That creamy Denancy, bro. With the steak.
Ooh. That is their Denancy cream, right?
Yeah. I feel like there's some tomato in here.
There is. I'll tell you what's in there. Oh, because I know. But I'm going to try it.
Ooh. Some good stuff.
Lord of mercy. That's their Denancy cream. It's their house-made Denancy. They make their own Denancy here. A little bit of marinara sauce. Huh? And some cream. It's really good. It's way different than anything you've ever had before. It's got a little kick, but it's also creamy and tasty.
You get some of that garlic green beans.
How's that?
Bro, good.
Quite a bit of garlic on there. It looks so tasty good.
I'm feeling like this was the garlic that was used for the steak. Instead of wasting it, just throwing some garlic in there, or some green beans.
Man.
Wow, so good.
Petite sirloin special. It's part of Ruby Tuesday's Steakhouse Sensations, where they have the perfect cut of meat for your mouth. Right to Ruby Tuesday, where Tuesday it's all day happy hour. This is awesome. I'm gonna finish this, of course. Ooh, that steak is amazing, and you can get it just how you like it with the sides here at Ruby Tuesday. Vic, thank you, man.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for sacrificing your time and making the effort to come out here.
For steak and chow with my bread? Hell yeah.
That's it, man. You can check out Victorious Villani's on the One Micronesia podcast. He's doing great things for the station at KUM. Thank you, my friend.
You guys.
Feed Me Fridays, Link fam. We out. Come and get you a steak. Grab a drink. All day happy hour. Ruby Tuesdays on Tuesdays. My name's Chris Estagios.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
9:56 right here on this Friday episode of The Link. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present it. KUM TV, it's been awesome. Thank you guys so much for jamming along with us. Be safer this weekend. We'll get back at you Monday morning. Finally, a reason to look forward to Monday. The Link. We'll be back, okay? So KUM TV, está Jos on the breeze, Facebook Live, Hangout. We got a couple DVD extras for you. Hey, my name's Chris. For Sabrina, Jason Salas, Joester, and the rest of the KUM news team. Está Adios! And we are back now at 9:57. Going to give you Sports Link with Dave Delgado from the KUAM Sports Team, the hardest working man in sports business right here. Again, it's something we do every Friday, and it's brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
With the recent surge in COVID cases, some IIAAG schools have taken precautionary operation measures, including returning to remote learning and or restricting participation in interscholastic activities. During a special meeting with all of the IIAAG high school and middle school interscholastic administrators, it was unanimously decided that effective immediately, the league operated games and matches will be postponed until Monday, January 31st. The Guam Basketball Confederation is excited to welcome their first ever executive director, David Kenna. According to GBC President EJ Calvo, we welcome David to our island and look forward to working with him to further enhance our mission and execute our new strategic plan. Kenna was raised in New Jersey and completed a bachelor's degree in exercise and sports management at Rutgers University in 2012, where he also worked in the basketball program as a coordinator of basketball operations. After graduation, he worked internships as a video coordinator for the Boston Celtics and eventually elevated to assistant coach at NBA G League teams, including the Santa Cruz Warriors and Greensboro Swarm. Most recently, he was director of basketball development for Hong Kong's professional club, the Eastern Long Lions. We're here with Marvin Linder, ESA League president. Marvin, can you just give us the latest with everything going on with the ESA Sports League?
Yeah, what we did, we had to postpone the startup of sports until this Saturday. We had a lot of teams that had close contact and a few athletes that tested positive with all the increase in COVID going around. So we decided to postpone it 1 week. It's constantly changing. I mean, everything is happening. There's so many cases out there that we're trying to handle it as best we can. Our protocols are still working. It's just the fact that, the schools and the kids there's so many cases out there that there's a lot of close contact. There's more close contact than there are cases. And so we decided to postpone it 1 week. We're set to start Saturday. We also implemented plans in case something happens and the kids can't play. We're meeting today, matter of fact, to discuss the shortage of testing for the athletes that are not fully vaccinated. And once we get that, I'm gonna get with the ESA admin and find out about the test kits and how short we are and what's the status, because that's another obstacle we have to take care of and tackle.
And let's talk about some of the sports that will be happening on Saturday.
Wrestling and girls and boys basketball. Then softball will start Monday, and tennis and soccer will start also that following week.
Anything new with crowds and fans in attendance?
We did decide to have no spectators like we did last year. This time last year when we first started sports, you know how we had no spectators, but we allowed two people to come in per team to live stream so the parents can watch. And we're going to implement that also because we want to make sure that the kids can play. And that's the most important thing, is that kids get to compete and it's safe. So we're gonna have no spectators until further notice. For the start of our next block, we're gonna have no spectators. And the middle school is following suit after this week. They're finishing up their last week of sports, but they are also having no spectators. So we're in line with them.
Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Just that I want the parents to be patient with us because and remember, this is for the kids. You know, we're trying to get them out in the sports. Have them perform and compete, because I think it helps them a lot in this situation we're in, and being not being able to do much outside of the school. It makes it helps them not just physically but mentally too. So we want to have the sports. We want to make sure the kids compete, and we want to make sure they compete in a safe environment. So I just ask the parents to be patient with us. We'll do the best we can.
Local powerlifter Christopher Heggie will be representing Guam at the Fighter Quick Classic 2 held in Las Vegas. Heggie has competed in Vegas before, taking home second place overall and first for the bench with a lift of 325 pounds. Heggie is dedicating this year's meet to his wife, who passed away a few months ago in a car accident.
Got powered through, I got a lot of support. After my wife passed away, everything just went downhill. But I used that pain and anger to a positive. So I dedicated this meet for her. It's a mental game, So I used that pain and anger in lifting those weights, To me, the weights are my problems, The bar is my support, my family, my friends, everybody that's right behind me. So any problems that you have, any weight that you got, what you got to do is lift it.
Heggie has also represented Guam at a powerlifting meet in the Philippines, where he took home a second place finish in the 175-pound weight class. For this year's event, he's looking to cut 10 pounds and hit the platform in the 165-pound weight class.
Everybody in the gym, they support me. They don't understand or can't fathom what pain I'm going through or what I'm going through after losing, your other half. So they're there just to support, keep a smile on my face or, keep me positive. So them alone is pushing me more and more and more. So in squat, I'm trying to aim for 455 or higher. Bench is moderate, 340, 335. Then my deadlift, I want to hit 485 to 500.
Chris started his prep for the competition 4 months ago.
We can.
The goal is to step on the podium and medal in Vegas.
That's the goal I wanted, was to represent her and represent Guam, bring home a medal for her. So I will bring a medal home, and then I will be putting it on her grave.
My name is Frank Florig, and I'm the president and CEO of Special Olympics Guam. With regards to the signing of the MOU between SOAP, which is Special Olympics Asia Pacific, and the Badminton Oceania Conference, I guess that's what they're called. All it does is it solidifies what we've started. And to be quite frank and honest with you, in August of 2019, Guam and the Guam National Badminton Federation had initiated an MOU between Special Olympics Guam and GNBC or GNBF here on Guam. I want to note that what the signing of that does is all it does is solidify what we've already started. I know at the very beginning, the Badminton Oceania didn't really think it was a good idea, and they didn't provide much support to the local federation. It was the local federation that found monies to supply Special Olympics with, I believe it was well over 60 badminton rackets. And these are not the cheap rackets. These are actually ones that I believe the pros use. So they provided us that. They provided coaching. They also took some of our coaches and actually put them through shuttle time. And that's the start of what you're seeing today between the Badminton Oceania Conference and Special Olympics Asia Pacific.
Well, let's talk about what you guys have in store in the future. You guys are really hard at work with lining up events for our athletes for when things do clear up and for them to get back into the action and into the swing of things.
What we've done is we've actually taken the year and we've broken down into trimesters. The first event we're looking at is in April, and that's going to be badminton. August, we're going to have softball, and then ending the year with the Guam Football Association, partnering again with us and having soccer for our athletes that include our unified partner. Dave, thanks for always having us. KUAM, thanks for always having us.
In programming news on KUAM TV 11, Monday, January 31st at 6 in the morning, NFL on CBS, the AFC Championship game, Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals at Kansas City Chiefs, led by Patrick Mahomes. Winner moves on to this year's Super Bowl.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
By the time this rocket takes off, I'm hoping all my sins are forgiven. Through this shine, and when it wears off, you realize what you're missing. If I find the skies are as promised, I think I'll keep my heart among the stars. All my hopes are far beyond this. In due time, I hope I'll find. Till I'm off the ground. Yeah, I'm ready. Taking off the love I found. It's keeping me steady. Fight through the fear and the doubt. It's keeping me buried as we disappear through the atmosphere. Are you taking off with me? Take it off. Are you taking off? Take it off. taking off with me? Are you taking off? Taking off. So one way all day, ticket to the farthest corners of the universe, where the heart is. Oh, but are we set in stone like Medusa, or race through the cosmics like Hayabusa? Oh, the satellites signaling us onward. At night I hear it calling like a songbird to come home, get your feet back on the ground. But these lights and energy, there's something in the sound, got me wanting more. The feeling that we found when we close the door, and there's no looking back now. So just get up and try it. Never deny it. It's the time that we ignite it. Oh, are you taking off with me? Counting down till I'm off the ground. Yeah, I'm ready. Taking off the love I found. It's keeping me steady. Fight through the fear and the doubt. It's keeping me buried as we disappear through the atmosphere. Are you taking off with me? Are you taking off? Taking off. Say you're taking off with me. Taking off. Are you taking off? Taking off.